Sí. ¿Vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Greg's KitKat?
Yet another episode of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, yet another set of exciting matches ahead of us, ahead of me, Rafał Majutek-Szczepanek, and my casters, DrBrilmann and Solari. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
You were much more excited before we started, but hey...
No, listen. With the way you started, okay? With the way you started when you said welcome to the new episode, I'm literally waiting for the entire screen to cut to black right now and going like, in the previous episodes of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga.
Oh, yeah.
Are they going to try to fight for the top two? I think they are, definitely. What are we going to do about it? Well, let's just find out, shall we? And it's just,
I mean, we don't have it yet, but that's another cool idea that we could work on.
Actually,
previous
yeah.
episodes of Samsung Galaxy.
All about, let's quickly jump to today's episode and talk a little bit about the schedule for today. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was sick. Okay, that was actually sick.
What do we have on the menu today? Back to the game against ESCA, Z10 facing Iron Wolves, Forsaken against devils.one, and at the end of the day, Cryptocraft fighting against Orbit Anonymo. Ooh, that's going to be a hard one.
Exactly. What I love about today is usually whenever we have a schedule, we look at it and we go like, yeah, there are two matches that we probably know how they're going to go. And then there are two matches that most probably are going to be on the equal terms. But today, I look at the schedule and I cannot say it about any of the matches. They all can go absolutely unpredictably. Is this going to be a 20-minute stomp? Is this going to be a 50-minute back-to-back backdooring game? I don't know.
Well, you know, the base races have started to be something like we pretty much getting used to witness, especially with the fact that one of the week's actions have been presenting us with some a bit over the top moments. In general, though, I'm actually looking forward a lot towards the third match of today, because Forsaken versus devils.one for me is one of the most important matches, perhaps in the span of the entire season-ish, because we've been talking about the top one and top two, and been constantly speaking about the fact that it's zero Tenacity and Orbit and taking that top one, top two position. I don't think anybody have anything, any doubts in their minds that this is how it's going to go, right? But when it comes to top three and top four positions, I feel like saying anything with any sort of
certainty,
I guess, to it is a bit impossible, because can Forsaken make it to top three? Yeah, sure. Can Iron Wolves make it to top three? Yeah, sure. Can Cryptocraft make it to top three? Yeah, sure. Can devils.one make it to top three? Yeah, sure. And that's the problem. You look around this entire plethora of teams and you think, well, okay, so the top three and top four is going to be quite a heated matchup. And I feel like Forsaken versus devils.one, this is their most important match of the season so far, because both of them are trying to claim that spot. Top 3, top 4, doesn't really matter. Anything that qualifies into the playoffs. Yeah, for those of you who are still kind of like, not aware of going on, we don't have 10 teams anymore. We only have 8. So therefore, to the playoffs is going to be not 6 teams, but 4 teams qualifying. That's where we're talking about the top 3 and top 4 and so on and so forth. So, this match for me is a huge question mark ping, 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 and then get banned because you're pinging too much. So, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and if we are talking about, Orbit Anonymo and Z10 kinda guaranteed their spots in the top 4, possibly even top 2, then we are talking about 2 free spots for the rest of the 6 teams competing. So the battle is just going to be more and more heated.
It's going to be very heated, especially if you consider the fact that today is a very important day. Today might be the most important day of this season, because after today, it's going to be officially half of the regular season done. And we're going to see teams matching again against each other, going for round 2 of the double round robin. So today is a big day. And for some of the teams, today might be the day when it's already a little bit too late to try to get into the playoffs.
The revenge is going to be pretty much a big narrative for the majority of teams. I can imagine that Zero Tenacity right now are looking towards the second bot of the split, just going, "You bubblegums, we're coming for you. We're coming to chew on you." They're orbits. That's a bubblegum. So
that took me way too long. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Zero Tenacity definitely has scaled enough to be able to pretty much take the candy away from those kids and, acquire some free points. Not necessarily in every matchup. I mean, we will have the matchup against Orbit Anonymo. That's going to be exciting. And that might be the fight for the first place. But let's go back to today's matches. Let's talk a little bit about, for example, Gripchocraft and their possibilities to go to the top 4. Today's matchup against Orbit Anonymo might be one of the hardest they are going to play in this league.
I wouldn't say it's the hardest that they're going to play, but yeah, I agree with you. Definitely one of the hardest, because right now, Gripcho are in a very weird position where if you just look at the standings right now, they're pretty much at the bottom, but at the same time, they're not really at the bottom because they're at the 5th place. They're running 2-4 right now. So their chances of progressing are still there. But devils.one are the team that the theme for them is their unpredictability. They can play exceptionally well, or they can play pretty much on the average level of what we have in terms of the teams right now. And I'm afraid that if today they're playing exceptionally, I don't know.
I mean,
it feels like
I mean, the same case we could probably put to Forsaken. I mean, this team is pretty much unpredictable. Either way, the best early game we've ever seen. On the other hand, really, really poor setups for team fights and objectives. I mean, the third match of today can go like in every direction.
I feel like the second half of today in general, is that my... Yeah, apparently my battery is 10%. Interesting, but never mind. The important, it just happens, But the important thing is, at the very least for me in this particular regard, is that when we look at the second half of the entirety of that schedule, the problem for the majority of these teams is they can't afford to lose currently, because that may just set them back in the momentum too much. And the worst position to be in for any of these 3 teams that we've been talking about the most is Gripchocraft, because they're playing against Orbit Anonymo. And we all know how hard it is to knock Orbit Anonymo right now off their pedestal, because they're just sitting there and going, yeah, if you walk up, I kill you. That's pretty much what's been happening to everyone who's been facing Orbit Anonymo to this very day, because it's surprise, surprise, these guys are still flawless. They don't have a single lose just yet. They're going whatever it is that they're going, but the next number to them is O. So, a bit of a problematic position to be in. And I feel like they should be watching the results of game number 3, because that is the team that they're going to have to catch up to. And they will be probably quite happy if Forsaken are going to take the games today, because if I'm not mistaken, and sorry, please correct me if I'm wrong, you've been just looking probably looking behind the scenes at the standings. If I'm not mistaken, Gripshowcraft and Forsaken are sitting on the same score 2-4.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're absolutely correct. And that's the scary part, right? Because these teams are sitting on the same place, but also these teams really feel pretty much the same in terms of their power on the Summoner's Rift. And that is what really scares me. I am really scared to make any predictions about which 4 teams are going to progress into the playoffs, because every time I come to these 2 teams, I feel absolutely lost. I don't know which one is stronger, which one is weaker.
How are you feeling about the strength of Iron Wolves, the team that had some problems in the previous weeks? Right now, once again back with Killin and Odin, the full roster that has started the league today, facing 0 Tenacity. Really, really furious team, in my opinion. Just look at the last place from the side of Harpoon or Kofte, for example. I mean, I feel like Iron Wolves are going to be puppies in this matchup.
To be honest, couldn't agree more. Like,
Yeah.
with the way how things are looking momentarily, Zero Tenacity are on their, redemption arc march when they started the season being quite shaky, even though we have expected them to go pretty much flawless the same way how Anonymo is doing right now. And, all of a sudden we go, oh, that's a shaky game from them. Oh, they've lost against Anonymo. Oh, what? And, just sit there with an entire face showing all the possible emotions and the colors on it. While for Iron Wolves, I mean, think about it from this perspective. You just play with 2 different people on roster. Then you have to play with 2 different people on roster again. I know that Solius and Yanksas have shown us that they can fit into the roster back real quick and, just make sure that they don't lose a match when they have to play in it, right? But it's still 1 week of no competition for Odin and Killin. They still need to bounce back into the form if you want. So, it's going to be quite an interesting spectacle.
And I'm not sure what the form is for them, to be honest, because I have not been able to crack these 2 players open all this time. They seem very, not even unpredictable, but very, you can't really trust them. You can't really know which performance they're going to pull off today and what things they're going to make, because they have excellent plays, beautiful micromanagement of their characters, but at the same time, some very huge macro mistakes on the map. And to me, I can't comprehend that these 2 things are combined in the same players.
Yeah, unlucky for them that the matchup coming back into the league after this little break is going to be against 0 Tenacity.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to it. But we are going to open with a really unpredictable matchup of the 2 teams still fighting for the top 4 places. I mean, the start of the season for both of them were harsh, were really hard. I mean, yeah, unlucky schedule, not enough time to prepare, etc. Now we are over with. We are at the half point on the league and looking at both Back to the Game and ESCA Gaming. I mean, somebody has to step up. Is it going to be Back to the Game actually coming back to the game, back to the fight for the league's top 4, or is it going to be ESCA with a bounce back?
That's a hard question. And again, I would say I have absolutely zero idea how this match is going to look like. I believe I predicted Back to the Game in the first game, but just because they seem to be doing a little bit better right now, they were very they were not on the same level going into this season. Like, it's like everybody was playing their own game and it felt like watching a little bit of a solo queue instead of no professional game. It looks like they have been working on their mistakes throughout the season, plus the boot camping that has been happening for them has helped a lot. But was it enough?
It pretty much seems to me that Back to the Game found themselves a little bit more on the Rift in general. Yeah, they pretty much managed to find a way. How do they want to play the game in general? And today's schedule should be quite forgivable to them, right? Because when it comes to ESCA, these guys are not particularly. They're not particularly contestants for top 4 as it seems in their current shape or form, right? So for Back to the Game, this can be used as a really good trampoline to try to go a bit higher onto that onto the tournament ladder. The problem is that if Back to the Game are going to play exactly the way how they've seen them playing throughout the previous weeks, then there's a huge chance they are not qualifying to the top 4 because they need to beat quite well-experienced teams like Forsaken, like devils.one, like Gripshowcraft even, and so on and so forth, right? So with the current state of things, Back to the Game are not particularly playoff material. And it depends on their performance today to show us if they actually learn from the mistakes and they're ready to go a bit higher, or they are just hoping for some very cute upset or something like this.
I am probably too biased on this topic to take a statement here. I mean, I'm cheering for the boys from the second division, the conquerors of second Ultraliga, going pretty much flawlessly through the promotion tournament. And yeah, I will be cheering for them no matter what. I'm believing in this bootcamp buff. I'm believing in really, really nice, huge coaching staff working with those players for quite some time now. And the matchup against Team ESCA Gaming should be just the show of a real power that they have playing against teams that they actually might have an upper hand on. I mean, playing against Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo is like the fight on a very, very different level. But if you want to aim for the for the fourth place, you need to be able to get rid of Team ESCA Gaming in their current position.
And on paper, it still shouldn't be too hard, unfortunately, to get rid of Team ESCA Gaming, because they are in the last place right now. They only had one game so far that they won, 5 that they lost, and it doesn't seem like there is much hope for them at the moment. And it really pains me to say that, but I'm not seeing ESCA as any sort of a contender for the playoffs right now. They have so many fundamental mistakes, but what is even worse is that other teams are so much stronger than them.
Yeah, it's pretty much how it looks like momentarily. And I think that we can devolve the overall action that we see in Ultraliga right down to 3 different categories, right? We've got the top 1, top 2 spot, which is pretty much being decided between only 2 teams currently. And the way that they're showing that how they're ready to play and how they're ready to potentially go to the EU Masters as well. These seem to be only the 2 teams that can actually do a lot of damage. And then we've got the 3-4 tops contestants, and there's about 3 to 4 teams that are trying to take a swing at each other back and forth. And then that on the back of that schedule, I would say these are those people that need to think about how do they want to develop themselves into the next split, and pretty much get ready to step up for the competition next split. Because yeah, it's important to win right now. It is important to, try to get yourself to the EU Masters, but you always have that summer split to try and make amends for your mistakes, really, right? It's still going to be the same thing. You can still qualify into the finals. You can still try to fight for that trophy, and you can still try to go for the second round of EMEA Masters, right? So use all the information that you have received in the current split. Use all the losses that have been collected. See if you want to make any roster changes. See how do you want to approach the whole thing, and then come back stronger in summer. But don't throw away those opportunities to actually show what you've learned by the rest of the season as well.
And playing with rookies is always a really tricky task to do. And in my opinion, in terms of those rookie players, the experience coming from the first split in the first division of any IRL is going to be a really, really big advantage in terms of actually learning, of actually acquiring some probably new skills. I've been able to talk a little bit with some of those players. And yeah, the experience coming from the first division, the possibility to go on a scrim against stronger and stronger opponents, that's the trick that is making them a really good players.
Yeah, I would say it is about the experience itself with playing against the teams that are much stronger than you. Because in this season is pretty much the story of a lot of rookies versus a lot of veteran players. You throw them in the pit against each other and see who's going to fare better. But for rookies, yeah, while this is exceptionally hard for them in this season, I think it's a really good learning ground, and I love that some of the rookies we have in Division 1 this year are starting with so many experienced players, because yes, it's a tough beginning, but it's a very good skill.
Yeah, it's always good to fight against those who are better at something than you. This is pretty much how you're going to learn when you'll be constantly knocked down and you have to fight. It's Jesus Christ, I'm going to make this analogy. I never thought I'm going to do a comparison like this, but this is like Dark Souls or any Souls-like games. You're running into the same boss with your head first into a wall, time after time cracking it open, before you actually will stop bashing your head against the wall and use your brains and, and your hands and swords and shields and things like this, right? And so you get the boss killed, take the souls from him, and then go happily ever after for about 30 seconds more before you fall into a pit because you haven't seen that there's a ledge there. You know, that's how most of the times Dark Souls gameplay is going. And I feel like for these teams, this is Dark Souls currently. They have their bosses in the way of Orbit and Anonymo. They have their bosses in the ways of Zero Tenacity. Find a way to work around the boss. Kill the boss. Keep moving. If you don't, well, come back stronger. Kill it again. Use new mechanics. I don't know. Learn a new combo or something. Change weapons if you need. Change consoles if you have to. Like, don't play on PlayStation. Play on Xbox instead. Like, I don't know. Try to be creative with your battlefield and try to find new ways how to approach it. Because at a certain point, it just has to click.
By the way, I am loving this analogy, but the season is only that long and you don't have unlimited options to just retake the fight over and over again. And sadly, we are going to a half point and you have pretty limited options to do so. Are they going to show the strength? Are they going to show that they have learned some tricks here and there? I don't know, and you probably guys don't know either, but we are going to find out because we are going straight to the draft.
Thank you so much, Mayutek. What's all this then?
All right, let's jump straight into business. We have back to the game on the blue side, ESCA on the right side. Blue side really benefits back to the game right now because they love snatching away some good picks for themselves. Like Varus would be my first thought, but they're the ones banning it out themselves. Plus Azure is banned out too. ESCA are banning out Sen and Karma. By the way, the patch, as you can see up there, is 14.2, which means we have some really spicy changes in this patch. We'll talk about them if we have time in the game. I'm not sure if we will because these teams, they do seem spicy.
They do be cooking, as Karma has been already taken away. One of the biggest takeaways of the season, not the season, sorry, of the patch, guys. Karma Ezreal, you've missed them? Well, they're back. Deal with it.
I don't even think they're the biggest things, but again, yeah, I agree. Karma is a very big pain in all of the different places, parts of your body. So yeah, it makes total sense to get rid of her. And Maokai has been removed as well by Back to the Game, and Brand has been removed by ESCA. That's interesting. I haven't seen Brand in the longest time. But speaking of Ezreal,
seen just recently a Brand jungler. I don't remember.
I had it in my solo queue.
Apparently, actually, no, I know where I saw it. I saw it in LCS. I think it was FlyQuest who was playing it. I think it was even inspired, and I think they won the game. So, you know. Yeah. Might be an interesting way to approach things. But yeah, Ezreal, you've been talking about, and here he is, feeling incredibly well in the current patch. Answered by Kalista, so I am expecting something very aggressive, like a Renata being picked up quite instantly over here. That just makes sense, really.
Yeah, but you don't pick Renata is that early on the red side. That doesn't make any sense because then it's really easy to go on and counter her or not give her any good targets for her hostile takeover. You want Renata with Kalista, but at the same time you don't want to show her too early. It's always, you know, this question of what do you do with Kalista first pick on the red side. But look at that, Lily, another champion I haven't seen in the longest time. But oh boy, she's back too, and she's very annoying.
She's been pretty much also all across the place at 14.1b-ish as one of the choices that whereas a lot of different things have been banned away, right? When we got Xin Zhao's taken away and Maokai's and, you know, all sorts of different things. So that would make quite a lot of sense. Given the fact that in this patch, we've also mentioned it, I think mostly behind the scenes, the AD Twisted Fate is also now back into the thing. Yeah. So with that, Lilia, you would expect that there might be a Twisted Fate AD picked up for Buffy. But in the meantime, we've got Aatrox for Cozy.
I intend to say I like it because there is a blind pick for the top lane right now for Back to the Game, and they don't really want to show any other of the lanes too much just yet. They are picking Nico, who can go pretty much anywhere, so they're safe with showing her that far into the draft. But we're getting to the most exciting part because we're going to get into the second part of the bans very soon. Before that, ESCA need to decide who they're going to answer with their picks, but I am assuming a mid laner or a top laner. To be honest, either of the two will make sense. Okay, no. I forgot Xante exists. I was happy for a second.
A very pretty much ordinary choice, I would even say. If you don't know, when in doubt,
Yeah.
just pick Xante. And Desaline, he's been playing a lot of Xante, if I recall correctly. I think Kasper told me that he's been playing quite a lot on Xante
Yeah.
and just brute forcing him.
Yeah.
As we're going to go into the second rotation of bans, I am expecting back to the game right now, just taking that Renata away, because it's a good combination with Kalista. Your enemy hasn't picked it. What are we going to do? Ban it.
Yeah. It could be Renata. It could be something of likes of Blitzcrank, but to be honest, Blitzcrank ban would make much more sense from the side of ESCA, because Akoda is the guy to pick this champion if really needed. And against Kalista, it's hard to catch her, but if you catch her, you're pretty much set for a very good kill. So I would not be surprised if we see a little bit of support targeting in the upcoming bans.
Hope we're not going to see a Xerath, because the enemy has Kalista. You don't want to pick Kalista. Sorry, you don't want to pick Xerath into Kalista, because you're just never going to hit it. However, an interesting approach from back to the game. So first, they take away the Tristana, because they knows that the enemy is going to try to look for a AD mid laner. It still can be Lucian, actually, thinking about it, because we've seen Lucian being played in the mid lane quite a lot in the previous seasons as well.
Or Jace.
All Jace, yeah, that's also pretty much from the same lot.
Alternatively, to be honest, they could still go for AP mid lane if they really wanted to. It's going to be a lot of AP damage, but back to the game, apart from Aatrox, they don't really have too much frontline power, and Aatrox most often is not really built into a full-on tank, so you can afford to have a double AP, very strong double AP in your team, knowing that the enemy is not going to have any sort of magic resistance to stop you, and it's going to be Korotkiy, so yeah, they're pretty much going with, yeah, we're going to throw all the damage at you, AP, AD, we'll have everything.
And again, pretty much of an ordinary pick. When in doubt, pick Azir. When in doubt, pick Korotkiy. When in doubt, pick Nico. When in doubt, forfeit the game. So, you know, it's just pretty much the usual stuff. There hasn't been banned away. What do you pick? Right, Korotkiy. Vi. That actually makes quite a lot of
They
sense.
didn't ban Vi! I'm just realizing, yes, that is a big mistake from ESCA's side. I'm loving their bans, but at the same time, not banning Vi or not taking Vi into your own team when you're picking Kalista is a very big no-no.
Blitzcrank is open.
Sorry?
Blitzcrank is open.
Yeah, Blitzcrank is open. Blitzcrank can happen. Blitzcrank plus Vi combination actually could be a really fun one.
Poor Korotkiy! Poor Kalista. What?
Oh, Nico's support in the end. Unless it's going to be a sudden Ari support. I mean, I would not be too surprised if that happens, but most likely it's going to be Nico.
He's gonna love it if that's gonna happen.
By the way, Ari was just buffed in this patch as well, so she's pretty much back in business. She has seen a little bit of tough time in the very beginning of the season, but finally she's back and she feels a little bit better than before.
And they picked Nautilus with the fact that Renata is open. They still decide to go for something like a Nautilus in the end.
Yeah, but who is Renata going to stop in the enemy team right now? They only have Israel as an auto-attacker, and he's not a full-on traditional auto-attacker, so Renata is going to be pretty much not useless. I don't want to say useless, but she's going to be much less useful than she could have been in the other team composition. So I like Nautilus more here.
You could use her as a disengage when there's Vi and Ari right up into your face, to your Korotkiy and to your Kalista.
Sure.
And that might be one of the biggest takeaways for Renata in this particular game. Just not let the enemy all in your Kalista and all in your Korotkiy. Because Nautilus is not going to be that good in stopping your opponents just right into your face. I mean, you can throw the depth charge very quickly, but in it, the best thing that Nautilus is in is flying into the enemy team, screaming random things, and then all of a sudden, you know, rooting people down, throwing anchors right at their face, and hoping to break their nose, and then sending them into the stratosphere with the help of the depth charge. Depth charge. So you know that's pretty much what the champion has been designed to do for the most part.
But I mean, one thing is designing a champion to be for a certain role, and the other thing is how the champion is actually acting in the game. And yeah, Nautilus is pretty much one of the best engagers we have in the game, but at the same time, when it comes to duels, if we're talking about a 2-on-2 situation on the bot lane, for example, Nautilus is going to be pretty useful as a disengage for Kalista as well, because in those duels, he's going to have enough control over the enemy to make sure that his AD carry lives, and he will need to do that, because if Kalista dies, the hope for ESCA dies as well.
That being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summoners Rift for the first match of the 4th week of the first day of of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. It's back to the game versus ESCA. Let's see if back to the game are still within the race for the top 4. And if ESCA have any chance whatsoever of trying to make it to the race.
I'm gonna tell you a very short and a very sad story about how once I was playing on the bot lane, I am walking into the river, the very same place that we're looking at right now next to the pixel bush, and suddenly I'm seeing a melee minion going all the way towards me from the mid lane. And I'm like, wait, minions don't really live on the rivers. And next moment, I was pop blossomed. And that was the moment I remembered there was a Nico in the enemy team. I am afraid that if ESCA are not careful enough and not put enough vision on the map and don't count their minions, they might be in the same situation because a Koda on Nico, it's a deadly comp.
Wait. As soon as you finish that story, somebody has to clip and just go, "Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's how
I've come to talk to you again."
That's literally how I felt that moment, yes.
The top 10 anime betrayals.
Yeah.
Nico's betraying.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Nico's
yes.
betrayal.
You have to be very careful in the current game. There's 2 aerials. I think they are capable of working out whom is whom, but it's all fun and games. Let's see how the level 2 is going to be picked, because for Digital and UFO, if they manage to pick up the level 2 as quickly as possible, they can try to hook in a Korda and then use him as the simple target before he's going to be able to run around a bit quicker and before he has something like a Hextech Broken Dot or something. So they could try to push for it.
Mm-hmm. That's actually interesting because Kalista normally would like to fight on level 1. She feels incredibly strong on level 1. She is definitely stronger than either of these 2 guys. That hook did not happen. It's because of UFO that they were waiting for level 2, because Nautilus wants to engage the moment level 2 hits, and that's why Kalista has to wait. But if this hook doesn't work on the level 2 prio, this bot lane doesn't look good anymore for ESCA.
I mean, the coolest thing about Nautilus just in general being the fact that you have an access to both your passive, your hook, and then theoretically you can either tank a bit more damage or you can slow them down with your E as well, right? So there's quite a few things how you can try to play out the fight level 2. That's why it's so important to try to reach for it as soon as possible. However, none of these things happened. Basically, what we're seeing right now is the fact that both Thumb and Akkorda are punishing the enemy for the fact that they couldn't all in them as soon as possible, because of the amount of poke that they have. I mean, look at UFO. It's already almost about 60% of his HP, which is not exactly the best.
But at the same time, it's not about poke if you cannot really utilize it, right? And I'm looking at the minion stat, and now it's getting a little bit better, but before that, there was a pretty nice difference, and Jiller was leading strongly. He was still farming better, and bot lane, if you're not getting the kills, it's about farm, even though I don't like it in the terms of Kalista. Kalista wants the kills. Kalista would like kills over farm. She would take it any day, any time, but if there is not happening because of the failed level 2 engage, well, you farm and you try to stay positive.
Also, you try to go for cheeky level 3 recall. So, Gigila and UFO decided to go into the recall level 3, pushed for a bit of more money. So now they have a bit more tools on their hands. In the meantime, Boofy might have got caught here a little, but the Vault Breaker did not hit. So UFO is going to come back with the gem. That's more HP, which is good against the poke. And then Gigila is going to come back with the recurve bow, which is much more damage from the spears. So both of them are in a very comfortable position, even if you compare it to Slam and Akkorda.
Oh, speaking of Akkorda, I love how he's just utilizing his Nico and walking around the map as different champions, especially right now as Vi, since Vi is on the other side of the map, showing up for a second to Mazi could be beneficial in trying to bamboozle the enemies and trying to feed them false information about where your jungler is, even though if you remember if there is Nico in the enemy team, you should be very cautious about any information you're being fed at any time. Oof.
If you don't want to sing Hello Darkness, my old friend, then yeah, it's probably good to remember things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
In the meantime, the overall position of the map seems to be quite stable. Cozy just forcing Desaline out of the lane as much as he can, not leading too much in terms of CS, but just a little bit of that lead might get him to level 6 just a tiny bit quicker. Back to the game, realized that they have a lot more prior on the top and a tiny bit of prior in the mid because Sisyphus is going to use the teleport to get back in now. That means they can try to go for grubs, while in the meantime, ESCA do the same thing, but they do it on the bot side of the map.
And I love this choice of exchange for both parties, because for back to the game, yes, I fully agree with you. They do have the power on the top lane right now, and it's nice to see that they're utilizing it. The problem with playing against Xante is the moment this level 6 is available to him, that is a huge power spike. And that is when we see most of the matchups starting to turn around from Xante being bullied under his turret to Xante bullying the enemy out of the game. Not saying that that is exactly what's going to happen in the matchup with Aatrox, but still, it is a big enough power spike for Xante to stop feeling completely useless on the top.
The objectives have been changed. I think so. Just settling down one more time. It's about to tucking into your bed, having a cup of cocoa, pretty much currently, and just watching, laying back, enjoying the passage of time, basically. Jesus, I became a bit philosophical on that one, but it's fine.
Just a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. Keep going.
You think about the values of your life as the cook comes through. Look at Salami, though. Almost fell down. One more exchange like that, he might not be able to survive it. Just as I tried to talk about life, guys, you just have to hook someone in. Come on.
Yeah, you will try to take a life away. Oh my god!
Another one connecting with an Ignite. Cleanse has been used by Gigula. I'm not sure what exactly did he cleanse, but I think the root was it.
Quite possibly. I missed that moment. I was too busy with UFO because he jumped in trying to ignite the enemy. He did so, but he went down so quickly at the same time. Look at the health bars of ESCA's bot lane.
You never have to underestimate the damage of Ezreal and the damage of Nico. They still possess quite a lot, and then, yeah, you're just gonna get not poked out of your lane, but forced out of your lane. And
yeah,
now Salami and Akoda, they can catch themselves up in terms of CS. They're going to catch a one more wave, which is going to make them pretty much equals when it comes to the goal difference between the two. And yeah, Mazi is throwing his orbs around, but not really going to do any differences.
And no, Lily is not going to do any differences just yet. Lilia wants her items. Lilia wants her AP damage starting to stack in terms of the items. And, Xante, yeah, I'm starting to be a little bit scared about the state of the top lane. But while we're talking about the junglers, both of them are sitting on level 6 right now. For Vi, this is a very big power spike. Now Vi would like to force a little bit more action around the lanes, and I hope that is the plan for back to the game.
Hopefully so indeed. The next 2 minutes and 30 seconds are probably going to be quite stable in terms of the overall weather of our flight, if you want, as there's nothing really to fight for. Back to the game, of course, can try to force something on their top lane and their bot lane, preferably maybe the bot lane, because you want to shut down that Kalista, because you want to use the fact that they're almost constantly pushing in. Not right now, though. So we might need to wait for a little bit of that, because Koza seems to be doing just fine. Mid lane is relatively without
stable
changes. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's how you would expect this mid lane matchup to look like, unless there's a jungler involved. It's just going to go a little bit back and forth, but that's it. Ooh, the damage on the top lane, though. These guys are... They're typical top laners, just, exchanging bashes here and there with no kills yet.
Looking back to the game, now it's maybe actually finally the time when they theoretically force for something.
But not a tower dive. Oh, not a
They
tower.
could.
Okay, yeah, they're not doing it. They could, but at the same time, Nautilus is level 6 already. Kalista is level 6. That could work out a little bit the other way around, especially since there is no level 6 on the quarter. I am waiting for level 6 on that Nico because it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, without the Pop Blossom, it's a little bit harder to do it. You could still try to go for it since you have the Spirit Rush on Ari and the Cease and Desist on Vi, so you would have a lot of time to actually try and press down that Kalista. It's not really worth the risk. What is worth the risk is taking all 6 Void Grubs, because there's no way ESCA are going to be there first. That's the 4th one. They need one more to be pretty happy, but UFO's here. That's a numbers advantage. Charm coming in through into Mazi. A little bit of damage here and there. Here comes Dessalines. That's a numbers disadvantage now for back to the game. And if you don't... I think they got 5, and that was the 6th one. And back to the game is still in pretty good position. UFO might be caught in here. Depth charge onto the Ari. Sees if he's going to fly up in the air for a second. Dessalines going to make a few slows here and there. Goes unstoppable, tries still to run for his life. Sees Deceased to try and knock him down and press and pin him. All out, didn't exactly work as you would wanted. And that will result into a first blood for a quarter in this game.
What was that attempt of an all-out from Desolina? I'm not sure how exactly it went that wrong, but yeah, it resulted in pretty much his death, and it's not the cleanest one, but what matters is that it's 1 kill for back to the game, and they got everything they could have wanted on this top part of the map. They didn't need the 6 grab, and I love that they decided to give it up and not fight for it whatsoever, especially when they saw how many people there were from ESCA. They're having 5, they're pretty happy with that. A kill from the top lane means right now there is easier time for Cozy to regain control of this top lane back into his hands, to farm up, to get in the items. So overall it looks good, but this package from Buffy means, yes, exactly, that is going to be a Drake for ESCA.
It's going to be a simple one. The package is not even exactly needed. You can just use it for the damage right now, because back to the game are not exactly playing for the tempo even. They're not here. They don't need to fight for it. They have everything they want in their hands.
But you take package... oh no, what was that? Salami, beautiful jump away. But yeah, you take the package to make sure that the enemy doesn't want to fight with you, because remember, everybody knows when Korotkiy picks up the package, you take it in case the fight is needed, and you take it to start the timer, right? Because if you take it right before you take the Drake, you start the timer. 5 minutes, next Drake, next package.
Yeah, it makes all sense to pick it up. It's a great way to try to set up for the next Drake. We're going to have the Cloud Soul in this game. It's going to be an interesting soul to try to pick up for everybody.
Imagine
across.
Nico with a Cloud Soul. Oh, that's so good.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Or an Ari. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I feel like it's mandatory to do the yes how Keanu Reeves does it in his John Wicks, when he just looks in the camera menacingly and goes, yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, this is such a beneficial soul for back to the game. The only problem is there are 4 dragons away from it, while ESCA are only 2 drakes away. If ESCA can continue keeping the control over the bot side of the map, because so far they're losing quite a lot of it. Look at the state of the bot lane.
Yeah, there's no control anymore. With that boy grubs, they're already approaching towards the 3rd turret play. Gigula is continuously being punched in the face by different projectiles fired by Ezreal, and there's just not exactly any room for them to feel a bit more happier, especially with that shin that Salami picked up for himself. And overall, back to the game, have pretty much established control all over the map. The top lane is just fine. The jungle is doing relatively okay, despite the fact that they're falling behind in terms of gold. Now they have full control of the bot lane, absolutely, especially with the numbers advantage. And the only thing you could say is suffering Alisia is the mid lane, but the difference is not that big.
I wouldn't say it's suffering, to be honest, because there is an assist on Ari. It should pretty much mitigate the difference in the creep stat between the mid lanes. She's already sitting on Malignance. Interesting choice of a first item, but I love this item too much to judge, to be honest. Since it just wants to go all in with the ultimate. When you have Vi in your team, you want to be going all in into the enemies as Ari.
Pretty much fair enough. Overall, I believe 4 turret plates. Yes, 4 turret plates have been picked up by both Salami and Accorder. I believe they've split the gold on all of them, which puts them in a pretty nice position. SS3 were already completed together with Lucidity boots for Salami. Accorder still not running away with a completed item outside of the support item.
But he's gonna be on the rocket build fairly soon. It's not a very expensive item, and he's already pretty much half the build, if not more, 2/3. I don't remember in terms of the money, but he's on his way, and that's another big spike for Nico whenever she opens up this item for herself.
Now they decide to rotate their bot lane towards the mid lane to try to make sure that Rift Herald is going to be very safely taken, and it is indeed. ESCA now will get back because they know that back to the game are going to try to get themselves back to the lane. And by mirroring it, they theoretically might be thinking about catching Salami here. The ward, though, that was placed by Salami is going to give them all away, and Accorder, of course, as a backup, will make sure that there's no kills falling into the hands of ESCA.
I gotta say, it looked a little bit like a trap, just leaving Jiller alone on the bot lane and sitting there in the bush. Because if Kalista is left alone at this state when she has no kills whatsoever, no completed items, it's really easy to punish her for trying to overstay on the side lane. But if it was a trap, back to the game didn't really fall into it. So everything looks fine, everything looks super stable. Are we really looking at an Ultraliga game? Because it's 1-0 at almost 16th minute in the game. I need a little bit more action, guys.
Not sure if we're gonna have any, but we'll see.
Please.
You don't have to ask me.
Look, there is a 47 seconds before the Drake is up. Maybe around the Drake, please?
Might be, but looking at the fact that Shazky is holding the Herald, he's just gonna release it mid lane. They're gonna take a huge boink into the enemy turret, then leave the enemy to salvage the pieces of stones that are gonna fall out of that tower.
Oh.
And then in the meantime, they're just gonna go and Witcher for about 30 seconds to kill the Drake, and then go, right, you do whatever you want, I'm coming home.
That should be a package for Buffy somewhere around now. Oh, count your minions. Ah! No! That's
What is
a little
that?
bit too obvious.
Are you playing Need for Speed Pro Street, mate, or Need for Speed in general? What is this?
I'm not sure, but now do they still know? I think they should know that that's
I
Nico.
mean, they should, shouldn't they? Maybe
Yeah,
not.
now they do. I was hoping for something a little bit spicier than that, but that's still fine. The Drake is up already. ESCA won the third Drake, but it's gonna be a little bit harder for them to get there. But no, look at that. The package is there for Korotkiy. Perfect timing to secure the Drake with it.
Indeed it is. Herald has been released in the mid lane, just on the queue, and it feels like back to the game. Yeah, I don't think they want to fight for it. They say, yeah, fine, guys. Go and take it. I couldn't care less. In the meantime, I'm gonna decimate your mid lane.
They could still get it, to be honest. Drake's going down super slowly.
Double pop Blossom Shasky over here onto Airpo. In the meantime, the Korotki's already dead. And back to the game decides to play it out. Look at that, who's joining the fight as well. Cozy arrives on the teleport, and in just a blink of an eye, they set up the entire trap. They take 3 of the enemies, perhaps even 4. Gigula not getting out. I think it was the minions even that have finished them off, and Dazzling is pretty much running for his life currently with his blades, but I don't know if he can go away from Cozy. And yeah, the turret has fallen, the dragon has been taken by ESCA, but at what cost?
At what cost? You know, the cost is very high. The cost is as high as it goes because it's a beautiful engage from back to the game. The fatal mistake for ESCA here is that they have no vision in this long bush that is in the end of the river at the approach to the mid lane, and they're pretty much allowing back to the game to go onto them. This passive approach from ESCA, okay, we're not going to defend our mid lane turret, but also we're not going to stop back to the game from approaching us right after they're done with our turret, led to the fact that they allowed this all-in composition to, well, all in onto that, because when Akota goes in with the Hex the Crooked Bolt, with the Pop Blossom, when Shaska goes in and Sisyph goes in with their ultimates, there is no way for the backline of ESCA to leave.
No, not absolutely. What happened with my voice over there? Jesus. But no, yeah, there's no way they can fight it. There's no way they can stop it. And if you want to do that, you need to take a bit more precautionary steps when you set up the fight for the objective. In the meantime, it's lost 6.5. Yeah, 6.5 thousand gold difference, and back to the game is in the lead.
Really?
Yes.
It's 90. Okay, but it's 5-0 and they've taken so much. It's just such a big difference for ESCA. Oh, I don't want to jinx it, but it's so hard for me to see for ESCA the way to get out of this game right now, to get back to the game and to defeat back to the game. As weird as it sounds.
Excuse me, my brain is frying.
I know! Why did they choose such a name for that team? It's kind of nice, but at the same time, it's so
I
hard.
guess to fry our brains, as Desaline is going to be forced to have a fight here. Quarter is here, Shasky is here, Cozy is here. Use the Ghost with the All Out as well. It's Xante after all. He's going to get unstoppable. He's going to walk right into Solari. Still running for his life, but no, there's just no way you're getting out of this.
It's the good old tale. How many people does it take to kill one Xante? The answer is all of them. Thank you very much. And then you're not guaranteed to succeed in your endeavor. Yes, Xante is a fun champion, by the way. I love it so much.
The answer is not all of them. The answer is yes.
Oh that's also a correct answer. Thank you very much. Because Xante takes so much attention towards him, and I feel like this is his biggest power. Not even his incredible fighting abilities or his fun kit. It's the fact that it takes so many people to go towards him and to stop him when he's doing his shenanigans on the side lanes.
I mean, go ahead and try to do that to Aatrox, who's just brought down your second tier bot lane
Ouch.
turret.
That hurts.
The control over the map is just spiraling out of hands of ESCA.
Yeah.
Mid lane tier 2 is gonna fall as well. Top lane, I think the tier 2 is still standing,
Yeah.
but
For how long?
Yeah, first of all, how long? And the second thing, the only good thing that I see right now, very positive for the side of ESCA, is that they have control over the wards at the top side of the map. There's 4 of them. They're standing there. They have ways and resources of getting info about the whereabouts of the enemy if they want to go for the Baron. But stopping them from doing that Baron is a different story.
They put the wards pretty early, before the Baron even spawned there, so now as you can see, the vast majority of them are gone, and I'm not seeing any deep wards. ESCA are not in the position to put any deep wards on the map, so it's not like I am saying, you know, they should, because they might end up dead after that. But without the deep wards, if Back to the Game want to force the Baron, there is no way for ESCA to know it on time to try to go in and stop them. So Back to the Game are, right now, even though they're mostly on the bot side of the map, they're practically in control of every single part of the map.
To be the case indeed. Bounties, of course, have already kicked in for Back to the Game. So, no, sorry, for the Back to the Game. For ESCA.
Exactly.
Taking any of them would be quite hard currently, because you could try to fight for the Drake with your package, which should be spawning in about now. Just a few more seconds. Just a few
Yeah,
more.
he's just waiting.
And there we go. Oh, he's teleporting in just instantly. I think they want to fight for this.
Oh, they have to. It's their soul.
But can they? That's my question. The dragon is already gone. You're a bit too late for the party. Do you still want to fight? Sizif in the backline, a corner with the biggest flank of the game. Taking 2, taking even more. And then Buffy, look at that. Buffy scores the kill. Shuts down Salami. A good beginning, but now it's Destiny 1 versus 3. Using the all-out to try to maybe do some damage, but he can't. Accorda versus Buffy, who's going to win using his shields. Whoa, Buffy!
Hey, that's Korotkiy! That's still Korotkiy! He does a lot of damage, even if the whole team is behind. It's still Korotkiy who's, by the way, in 2 items. He is a capable young Yordle, okay? But what was that from ESCA?
I don't know if he's young, since he has
Yeah, true.
white mustache.
Just a Yordle, then that doesn't sound as nice, but either way, I don't understand what ESCA were trying to go for in that fight. Like, yeah, the idea is maybe you want to try to snatch away the Drake from the enemies, but it's already too late for you. When you were waiting for the package, it was already starting to get too late.
They want to fight again? By the looks of it. Can they catch up, though?
No, come on.
Buffy's still pressing forward. He's looking to try to maybe stop a few recalls. Sizif is going to get away on the pop.
But look at that. ESCA are making life for Back to the Game so easy here, because Back to the Game, their whole idea of their team comp is that we want to get to the enemy's backline as fast as possible. ESCA are like, no, don't worry about that, brother. We're just gonna give you the backline. There is no backline for
suddenly
us.
go
Just
Hulk
look into
Hogan?
it. I
Why
don't
did
know
you-
what. I don't know. I'm just coming up with weird.
What's
actions.
not going to
I don't
happen for you, brother?
know.
Hulkamania about to run over you, man! Brother.
That's probably how Korotkiy sounds in my head, or something very similar.
Like Hulk Hogan?
A little bit, I don't know. Don't judge me, please.
Bloody hell, now I want to see that wrestling match. Korotkiy versus Hulk Hogan for the name of the Hulkamania. That would, for the legacy of Hulkamania. That would be just absolutely insane.
You know what else would be insane? If Back to the Game can close up this game. Because I think they have the audacity. I don't know, do you think they have the audacity to just close the game right here before 30th minute?
Looks like it. They seem to be in the position. They seem to be having all the resources in their hands. We're going to start with the top lane because it's the lesser push lanes out of all these three. Sisyph, in the meantime, is pressuring the mid lane as well, which is the pretty much of a standard 4-1 composition. Nothing really surprising about this. Mid lane is already slowly falling. ESCA going to try to maybe fight for it. The charm coming in through onto EFO. He's going to get pulled away. Fate's Call and knock up a few of them with a bit of fighting here and there. Drowsiness coming onto the Ari, but there's nothing they can do. A quarter with the Bob Blossom going to find all the minions in the downtown, but not even a single champion. He's going to be hooked in by UFO, and ESCA, I believe they have successfully stopped the siege.
Oh, they had a little bit too much DrBrilmann. They overdid it. They overstayed their welcome at the pretty much the entrance of the enemy's base. That was a really nice combination there from ESCA, and also the fact that, yeah, Kora didn't manage to catch anybody with a Pop Blossom meant that even the retreat from back to the game was destined to be a big failure. We have the replay of that. Look at this beautiful combination of the two ultimates coming out from Kalista and Nautilus. So much control at the same time thrown at the enemy, so there is no way for them to get out of it. And this is just unfortunate, man.
Well, closing out the game doesn't really seem to be like the option anymore. That's currently. Korotkiy getting back into the game. Malignance.
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 I listened to Google Translate pronounce it like 10 times when I first saw these items. I think it's malignance.
Malignance.
Yeah. Funny items in Fun Season.
Word of today, fun. Anyway. Malignance now picked that item. The red thing in his item box. Second one from the left. That item.
That item.
One.
Yes,
that
yeah.
item. Plus the blade, plus the eclipse. Pretty much seems to be just in order for that Korotkiy. Also 2-2-0 Kalista. I mean, a few kills picked up. A bit, well, better late than never.
Yeah, I guess. But is it a little bit too late? What do you think? Look at the state of the base of ESCA.
Almost 10,000 gold difference between the two teams back to the game. They're taking it slow, which is pretty much fair enough. You want to do it just as safe as possible.
I am having a suspicion that ESCA are giving away this Drake as well, because we have a Drake live, not anymore, as I was saying it was just slain by back to the game. So it means we are sitting at the 2 to 3 dragons at the moment, and for ESCA getting to the next Drakes is going to be absolutely crucial if they live until the next Drakes, because back to the game are still pushing in, they're still keeping the control over the map, and for ESCA it's just about defending their base over and over and over.
Over and over for 1 minute and 30 seconds, because there's one inhibitor that's already down. The next one is going to go down as well. If you have a good team fight, you can even end the game right now. If you don't, you just wait a little bit further. Well, ESCA already pressed down to their base though, so they have to retreat now. They're going to lose the inhibitor, and if back to the game keep pushing, they can either try to close the game, which theoretically they can with the help of super minions, or instead they wait for 1 more minute, pick up the Baron, and then just, you know, put an ultimate blow to this whole thing.
I love the fact that there is a package available for Buffy on the base of ESCA, which means that if there is a will and desire for ESCA to try to go and fight for the Baron when it spawns, they could do it with the help of the package. Last time it didn't work out for them because they were way too late with picking up the package and then teleporting all the way to the pit. But now maybe. The problem is, I am not sure if it's going to be happening, if it's going to still give them any sort of enough time to do so, because look at the state of the top part of the map. There are some wards from ESCA, but nearly not enough. They don't have the full picture about what's happening in this part of the map.
Pretty much it's all. As the
no
action's
TP on
going to be a bit
Buffy.
slow here. Oh, look at that. They're going to pick up some bounties.
Yay!
Cozy will not let that Xanta retreat, though. Both of the top laners are sitting on their respective teleports, so if they want to get into the fight, they will. And yes, I know what the aha you're referring to, which is the package.
Exactly. The package has been picked up. I don't know, your Amazon driver is there with a package for you. Would you please open up the door of your base, preferably, so that he can deliver it right to you? But I don't think it's going to happen for ESCA. But it's a very good package for the upcoming fight, if it even happens.
Fair enough. Look at that. I am looking at Cozy. I see him at the top side of the map. I think he's in hiding. Yeah, he's owned. That's not
It's a
Cozy.
quarter.
That is a quarter. Oh my god. The
Oh, no.
perfect flank
Oh,
has
no.
been probably found. Sitting on the flash, he just can get into it and start the fight at any given second. UFO is going to miss with that hook. Knock up onto Desaline. Here come the charm, also from over the wall. The depth charge has been used onto Solari. A quarter still nowhere to be seen. Now finally shows up, runs to the enemies with the bomb blossom, but guess what? The majority of the enemies are already dead. Boofy's nowhere to be found. Desaline as well. Ginger is going to pull UFO out and then swing him back in. But you need not do that because he's going to die anyway, as Cozy will teleport himself into the enemy base and start picking it apart little stone by little stone.
It's not even little stones. Look at those chunks of health getting taken out of this turret. It's big stones, and it's a big game for Back to the Game. 13-4 is the score. That is putting Back to the Game into a 3-4 position as they're finishing their first round of double round robin. Very good victory for them. It looks like the bootcamp buff is real.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
It's a very convincing victory as well.
Yeah.
Right? And that's probably one of the most important parts of this, because we talked about it in the pre-show. We need to see the team step up as much as they can and show us that they're actually ready for the competition for top four. So that victory pretty much showcases to us that they are more than ready to try and compete for the top four. But with that being said, let's hear it from the victors, as Salami, the AD carry of the team, is going to be joining us right here. Hello.
Yeah, I got the visitor.
Congratulations on the victory. Can you please walk us through it?
I mean, it was pretty stable game. I mean, they didn't try to do anything. I mean, they took the drakes, but we traded it for the grabs. I think it was fine. I mean, we had we had to like stall 10 minutes for our champions to actually activate. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it was pretty easy. I mean, early game, nothing much happened.
Now, I gotta ask you because we've been discussing it a little bit here on the show. You guys have been boot camping recently quite a lot. I want you to tell me how this experience went, and do you think the boot camp buff is going to be real for your team from now on?
I mean, first week of the boot camp was kind of weird. I mean, we had to like adapt to the new environment, but I think we improved a lot as a team. I mean, communication-wise, it's really great right now. So yeah, I think bootcamp buff is real. It was amazing experience too.
Walk me through how you're going to approach the rest of the season, though, because we're just pretty much, for you, it's the half of the journey done, right? You just finished up the game, which means that for starting from tomorrow, you're going to be going for the rematches. And right now, you are sitting a bit higher than Forsaken, right? You're now catching up with the rest of the teams that are going to try to fight for top four. So how do you see your chances? How the team is feeling their chances? How do you feel like you're going to fight against so many teams that are actually trying to confront you for that top four?
I think right now we are third best team. I mean, I think so. Like I think Orbit, Anonymo, and Z10 is a bit better, but I don't know if we can like contest them. I think we are on the good path here, and I think we are stronger than the rest of the teams. So I think top 3 is in our hands, maybe even top 2. I think. I mean, I hope so.
Okay. Which one of the top 2 teams? Like Orbit, Anonymo, or Zero Tenacity? Who are you throwing down?
I think Orbit is a bit better. I mean, looking at their plays, I think they are playing a bit better. But yeah, I think that they are for sure top 2 teams right now.
You didn't answer my question.
I think we might maybe beat Z10. I think, yeah.
I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down.
Yeah,
I'll
somebody
keep it accountable.
can somebody bring you the notepad, please?
Nah.
Okay, Salami, it is
gonna pay.
today the 6th of February, 6:40 something, 48, 49. I'm writing this down. Keep going.
I mean, it's our second game today. I mean tomorrow, so we're gonna see about that.
We're gonna see about that, exactly. Salami, thank you so much for coming to the interview with us today. It was a pleasure to have you here. But you know, as the tradition goes, greetings, shout outs, welcomes, anything else. This is your time to do so right now.
Okay, so I think my biggest greetings will go to my family. I mean, I think they are watching. I mean, I know it's like my dad came right here. So back to the game stuff. The owner, Betson, like every watcher, I mean, viewer, I think they are maybe they are watching and hoping for our future. My friend Bartek, who is watching for sure, and who else? Shiger. Oh, Shiger is watching for sure too. So I think that's all.
Thank you so much, Salami, for joining us here today, and hoping to see you here tomorrow. Maybe, perhaps, we'll see.
Maybe, I hope so. Thank you.
Oh, so
Thank you.
you.
Cheers, mate.
Some strong words, right? Some strong statements have been said. I can't wait for the match tomorrow. I'm not going to be the one casting it, unfortunately, but DrBrilmann, you gotta keep them accountable tomorrow, okay?
He's young, he's bold, and he's brave, and he wants to beat Zero Tenacity.
I will like him this way.
Digest it, guys. Digest what just been said, because right now we're going to go on a small break. And when we come back, we're going to have another fight with the team that just back to the game have claimed they're going to beat. It is going to be Zero Tenacity versus Iron. We'll see you in a bit.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Gregor's KitKat?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game. I almost said third. It's not third yet. It's second game of tonight. And we're going to have the Hussars taking on the mighty pack of wolves. This is basically like a random encounter in D&D. You're just walking.
Exactly.
You're just walking on a map, and you have. It's like DM goes, you know what? You're going to have a random encounter with who? With wolves. Okay.
No, it's like it's just your Tenacity. Just a party of 5 guys are walking through the season, and suddenly the DM is like, "Make a check," and they're like, "What?" And he's like, "Oh, you failed the check. You encounter a pack of 5 wild wolves. Roll initiative."
More like raw dice. Rolls a natural 1. Proceeds to win the game. But no, pretty much depends, honestly, because from my personal experience, this is going to be a little bit of a story. Actually, since we're on the topic, this is going to be a little bit of a story. Okay, you ready? Strap yourselves in, seatbelts on, windows down, I don't know, what else? Music on, the radio. So, when I started to play D&D, and yes, I started to play D&D, and I've loved it to the bits, but apparently, I decided this is going to be a good idea to make a character that is going to be good at investigations, right? Perception, high perception character. I was spawned in the map, and my DM, shout out to Thomsonic, my DM said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I want to roll for investigation." Just roll an investigation check. And he said, "Yes, sir." And I took the dice. Wait. No, it's not here. Never mind. I took the dice. I wanted even to take the dice to showcase to you the dice itself. What do you think I rolled as my very first roll of D&D? A natural 1. So it's now up to the teams to see what are they going to roll in terms of damage. Is it going to be 1 or is it going to be a natural 20? Because we talked about it in the pre-show, and apparently Mayute thinks that this is going to be quite a close matchup. Is it or is it not? That's my biggest question, because on paper, it doesn't feel like this.
You can fight me on that, and I'm okay with that. I am fine if we have totally different opinions, but in my head, this match is not going to be of equals, unless Zero Tenacity are going to make some of the mistakes we saw from them in the very first week, in their first 2 games going into this season, unless they're going to be uncoordinated, because I feel like the coordination in Iron Wolves is worse, but Zero Tenacity have also shown us a little bit of the bad flavor of that. However, I still think that Zero Tenacity's mistakes are minor compared to mistakes that Wolves make on the map. I think that Wolves are such an unpredictable team that's unpredictable, not in a very good way, because you never know what mistakes they're going to make.
No,
and I think this unpredictability...
Like, if you think about it, they sometimes surprise us with one of the most strangest yet coolest team fights we've witnessed in all the seasons that we have Ultraliga English. Like, remember the first seasons when we just didn't know how they're going to fight it, and then Kakan solo killing Harpoon, actually. Remember?
Oh. Yeah, actually, that happened.
So, their unpredictability can be a good card or a bad card, depends on their role. Is it going to be a natural 1 or is it going to be a natural 20?
Yeah, and let's see if they're going to be able to roll to enough to hit Zero Tenacity, because we are in the draft already, and Zero Tenacity are on the blue side, interestingly enough, and they're starting their buns with Lee Sin against Kylan, obviously, with Kalista, and I wonder what's going to be the third one.
I'm very sorry, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I really want to ask Matthew Mercer to do for us that every single time when the team is winning, you just go, okay, Zero Tenacity, how do you want to do this? For each of the guys. But yeah, let's see. Zach actually getting banned away. Apparently, this is a new champion that has been absolutely wild currently. It's pretty much broken. As I've heard from K-Drill.
I played against Zach support once. I gotta tell you, I banned Zach ever since. It's disgusting. I'm still mortified by that experience. I'm deeply traumatized.
Against Eve support, and that's apparently a thing too.
Who?
Eve support, Evelyn.
We don't talk about that here. No. Let's focus on what we have here, because we don't have either of those things here. We have Ash on the blue side as first speak for Zero Tenacity. I'm assuming for Erdori. but we'll see about that. I gotta remember that there is no double support item meta available anymore as of
Yes.
14.2, so I'm assuming it's a Ashe support.
There's a lot of punishment when it comes to trying
Yeah,
to go for
the whole
multiple.
team.
Yeah, for the whole team when you're trying to go for the multiple support item. It looks like they're gonna go again into somewhat of a poke composition to lean in more poking ways. You can get Ezreal can get an Ashe. That means you're gonna poke the hell out of your opponent whenever somebody's gonna even try to walk up to you. So that could be a good countermeasure towards Nautilus. I'm also very interested to see the pickup of Jack so early. So they're not really putting Hijiro right now on anything that can be considered as the ultimate carry, but still might be a very big team fighter depending on the game.
A very good release, a very, very good split pusher, and his hero really is good in both of the things. He wants to be fighting on his lane, and then he wants to be split pushing maybe even more than being with the team in the bigger team fights, just, you know, making sure he can get some attention towards him from the enemy team. So I kind of like this pick. It's pretty bold to throw it so early in the draft, but they want to keep as many counter picks as possible on their side. And so far, they actually are not doing that. Though it's Nico, she can again go to the support role. We have seen that already just in the previous game.
I'm not sure if N's going to be comfortable in a Nico. I'm not really sure about that, but we'll have to see. Maybe they've been practicing on it in the scrims, so that might be the way to do it. In the meantime, the second rotation of the bans is coming in with this Zia already taken away, so that pretty much makes me lean into the impression that it's going to be Odin who's going to be piloting the Nico. Right, because they want to just eliminate those very good mid laners. While, okay, Zero Tenacity banned Gwen out, so they might either think that this can be Gwen jungle or Jack's jungle, which seems like a bold move to me. I would be actually quite interested to see that happen, not gonna lie.
It can be just an ode to his hero, to be honest, just, you know, showing some respect to his certain skills on Gwen. But maybe they have a suspicion that something is a little bit fishy with that very early Jax pick on the side of Wolves. It can be flexed very last second, but yeah, that would be a very interesting move from them. They also have Nautilus banned out from Wolves, so they don't really believe, they're on the same page with you, they don't believe that this Nico is going to go into Ant's hands.
By the looks of it, let's see what's going to be this thing that is going to walk out of the Wolf's den now. That is going to be the fighter. Feel like they may just go for a support and then just hold on to the... Okay, so they're going to take the support out. It's going to be Bard, and they're holding on to their jungle response.
Jungle or top, depending on how crazy they feel at the moment, because, well, if this Jax happens to go in the jungle in the end, I'm gonna lose my mind, but it's gonna be a very fun change of pace in this game. So Zero Tenacity have their jungler because they have Maokai. That's why there was the ban of Jace coming from the Wolf side, because they don't want to allow an AD mid lane for Zero Tenacity with a more AP-oriented jungler. Plus, they already have some AP damage coming from the bot lane as well. So for Zero Tenacity right now, with the pickup of Xante, they gotta decide on who the mid lane is gonna be for them.
There's quite a few options lying there, including the Twisted Fate, actually, that is so good right now. But, okay, they're going to revolt into Akali, which makes quite a bit of sense to me. That means that Varus is going to have quite a hard time of just living through together, even with Bard. And yes, you could say that there's going to be the Celestial Journey that they can take all across the place, but it doesn't really mean that it will be much of help, especially against an Akali. And now it's the jungler that you need to pick up. Vi is available. You can pick her up right now.
I'm not sure if Vi is the answer right now for the Wolves. I feel like they need more peel.
Velvet.
Okay, never mind. They just want Velvet. They don't want anything. They just want Velvet. Very interesting champion and very scaling one. But honestly, if the game gets struck to the late game, she's going to be a powerhouse for the Wolves.
She might indeed be. She deals a ton of damage, genuinely quite a ton of it. And then transforming into her upgraded form, if you want.
Into her real form. It's not upgraded, it's her real form. This is what she is.
When she is what she is, she's upgraded. It's like leveling up. You level up in your true self.
I feel like she's leveled down in her, you know, more human-like form. But when she is the true Empress, this is her true form showing. You know.
I feel like she's Galadriel from Lord of the Rings, really. But
What?
fair enough. Oh,
She's like the furthest thing from Galadriel you could imagine.
Why?
Velvet and Galadriel.
she's got her like form, and then whenever she sees something of an object of power, she just goes into, you know what? I'm going to make sure that the rest of your life is as miserable as you can imagine. Sauron, I'm looking at you. And then she just, picks up her vial and just goes, listen to me. Look right here. See this? You go out. I say, capiche? And Sauron goes, yep, sure. See you, mum. Thank you. And just, goes to Mordor and just sits there. And goes, never mind. I wasn't really hoping in taking Middle Earth.
You're insane today.
I've always am.
No. You have leveled up today. This is.
I'm in my true form.
Do you mean that you're also Galadriel?
I do not identify myself as a Galadriel, but for the sake of that narrative, I am going to. As we are going to jump straight into the game with Zero Tenacity versus Iron Wolves. Let's actually talk a little bit about these drafts, because I'm actually quite interested to see how the Wolves are going to play this out. Because if I want to, put my thumb on what exactly this composition wants to be doing, then I'm a bit at lost here, because it's a lot of team fighting, but there's also poke, there's also control, there's also stuff, there's also things, and then it just gets very random.
First thing the Wolves want to be doing is invading, and honestly with Velvet on their side, she has like a very small spiking moment in the very beginning of the game when she feels quite strong going into duels with the enemies. Then she falls off a little bit and waits until her scaling hits. But in the early game, this is pretty natural to see Velvet trying to invade into the enemy jungle, because this is where she feels the strongest at. But I love that Wolves are there with her, even if it's just an eco there. It's still, some support, because I feel like Blue Razor is going to start from his red buff.
By the looks of it, wondering how they're going to try to play this out. By the looks of it, Killen will take that red buff. There shouldn't be really any problem for him. Might start with the Raptors first. Yeah, by the looks of it, that's exactly what he's going to do. Let's see. Okay, the walk-up, they flashed onto Blue Razor. The knock-up has been found as well, with a lot of flashes being burned, and he just flies straight in together with Killen, but it's Ents who picks up the first blood. That was so random, but it worked out for Wolves, but they might be punished here. Roof gonna take a lot of damage. Double Storm coming from Ents, together with the cleanse burned away. Killen now slaps his enemy down. Odin has walked up too, together with Korotkiy. That's a flash coming from a dot. In the meantime, the bot has fallen down. Harpoon is looking for more. Killen is continues to people. That's a triple! He's gonna go down in the end too! What is going on? That's just pure mayhem! And Killen, can he make a quick work of Korotkiy? They're now tracing him down. He bashes around a little bit with the flash being burnt. One more Q will seal the deal. The Ezreal is 3-1-1, but Odin with a level 2. Can he finish off Korotkiy? Knock up from Blue Resort, and no, he can't. What the hell just happened?
What an insane beginning of the game, especially if you compare it to the previous game where I was complaining out loud that the game was going too slow for a good old bloodbath of Ultraliga. But look at that, it's a completely different game right now. Look at the difference in goals on the bot lane. It's 900-ish gold between the AD carries right now, with Harpoon being so strongly in the lead and Roof. I mean, both of the AD carries are without the flashes right now, but you gotta remember that Harpoon used his flash offensively, while for Roof, he flashed right before he died. That is so unfortunate.
Whatever happens in the span of last 3 minutes might actually determine how the game is going to go. Because, yeah, sure, he's falling behind in terms of farm, and I'm talking about Harpoon, but he's 3-1-1. The man has 3 kills in his back pocket. Already with the longsword, with the Dorans, and with the tier that he's going to stop stacking. By the looks of it, Roof and Ents are going to go for the early bag. And you can see that Roof is sort of trying to catch up with Harpoon, but the amount of resources that Harpoon has in his hands right now, 1,000 gold difference, that is just purely insane.
Well, this early recall still has helped Wolves quite a lot in terms of trying to come closer to the power that Harpoon possesses in the bot lane right now. And it's still Varus who feels relatively okay during the very early stages of the laning phase. But I am looking at the bot lane of Zero Tenacity. I want to see more being done with this lead that the bot lane already has. Plus, it's still Ezreal and Ashe. So much control, so much poke.
Kylie walked up, might be looking for a way to go in, didn't really find any way in particular. Might be still actually looking for it. Look at that. The lane continues to be pushed in. Harpoon and Erdo, both of them here. Neither of them have flashes. So one good hit might just start it onto Erdot now. The knockup has been found. Here come together with the stun thanks to the minion, and they're just going to finish him off. That's the first kill. Harpoon might be the next one on the menu. Uses his E, tries to go with an arcane shield. Might be looking for more here. A little bit of speed up for Kylan, and he shuts him down. Welcome back, Odin and Kylan. They say as they are very happy with the outcome.
I haven't really thought much about it during the draft, but you could see in this exchange on the bot lane how great of an answer Bel'Veth is into Ezreal. Because her mobility allows her to pretty much stay on par with the mobility that Ezreal possesses. Because Roof, for example, wouldn't be able to catch up with one dash from Ezreal, and what are you gonna do? Just run after him? While Bel'Veth is like, yeah, I don't care. As long as I have my Q in the direction that I need, I'm fine. I am going to catch up with you. Beautifully played there by Wolf. So much vision control around the bot lane, so much lack of vision control from Zero Tenacity, and they get punished for it.
You do indeed. Also, Bard seems to be like one of the greatest picks if you could have done, because see how much control he's providing with these stuns. He picked up Erdot over there, granted a pretty much of a free kill for Kylan, who was able to just capitalize on it since there's no escape for Erdot whatsoever. And now this Bel'Veth is 3-1-1, feeling rather happy. Gonna start doing the Dragon now. Erdot and Harpoon are both here. Blue Resort only now making his way towards the Dragon's Pit. Might do it in time, theoretically. But by the looks of it, Zero Tenacity deciding not exactly to fight for it and just leave it be.
Frankly, they can't.
Is Zero now with a fight here as well. A few dashes, flashes right into the bushes. Is he going to go for more? Counter-Strike should be available for him in just a few seconds. And no. Flash coming from Ents. Flash coming from Roof. Things are happening. Nobody's dying. Ents. Odin, what is going on in here?
Well, Zero Tenacity are going in very aggressively, but to be fair, they got two really good flashes out of Wolves. Poor Roof has not been sitting on the flash for a long time in this game. He had to use it in the very beginning, and now he just had it off the cooldown, and he had to use it again, which gives Zero Tenacity quite some advantage, because both Harpoon and Erdota have all of the summoner spells back to them available for this bot lane. So I assume that's where Zero Tenacity want to have their next move.
Might be just indeed. Melonic being forced underneath his turret just for a little bit. And of course, Jackson Sensei is pretty much one of the most normal exchanges that we see in the top lane for the current, not just the current meta really, but for God knows how much time already.
It's been too long.
Look at that. Kylan is here. Is he looking for Korotkiy? Might be, but it's just a tiny bit more harder to try to go for a gank here. So instead, he might be waiting for his Zero to get back into his lane, maybe get a little bit of priority, and then theoretically try to go for Void Grubs.
But look at Blurzer. Look at Blurzer. He's on the ball. He doesn't have level 6, so it's going to be really tough to have anything going there, but maybe.
Ooh. Here comes the Pop Blossom. They find him with the knockup as well. Look at that. Kylan doing so much damage together with Odin. In the meantime, Wolf are having a bit of a problem here on the bot lane. Ends and Roof still somehow alive. Changes Corruption is going to buy them time. And Ends flashes out. They've outplayed them. As Teleport coming in through, here comes Odin. He is a body, but he's a body to help out. Kylan looking for a flank maneuver onto Blue Resort. Didn't find him. Finds Harpoon instead, who flashes over the wall and tries to run for his life. Korotkiy is around here as well. Doesn't have exactly a fight. Blue Resort didn't flash over the wall. Might be just dead here. Tries to heal up with the bastard, but he didn't find any. Korotkiy gets right back in and claims a kill onto Odin. Might try to run out for his life. Flashes over the wall. This time it's a successful one as Kylan just looks at his enemies and hungrily drops the bits of blood from the enemies.
Fun fact, while the top laners are fighting, oh my god, they're fighting for good.
Yes, they are. Counter-Strike not going to connect because Melodic flashes away. Too many flashes have been used and he's just going to jump out on the queue. The whole map is just pure mayhem right now.
That's my fun fact for you. There is only one flash available right now. Out of 10 flashes, there is only one on the map, and it's on Erdori. Everybody just keeps flashing on cooldown, but that just shows you how insane this game is. We have the replay of what exactly happened on the bot lane. Again, mind you, there is no level 6 on Blurusor. This gank would have gone completely different if only the ultimate was available for Maokai. Zero Tenacity's bot lane does quite a lot of damage. They're trying to differentiate who is tanking the turret, but in the end, this teleport and this reaction from Kylan, and yeah, this failed flash from Bruiser are the things that are going to turn this gank pretty much around.
Well, bro, it just seems to me that the entire map decided that, you know what, let's have just a good old gander at it and just fight our differences. Void Gross have been started by the Trent, but I don't believe they have the ability to try to push for it now. Roof, a bit of trouble. He's playing as a weak side now. Might even get picked up if the ultimate would have been available for Erdor, but no. And they're going to just instead push for the plates. One Void Growth has been picked up. And that's it.
And that's pretty much it. As we are in the 10th minute of the game, the teleports have been unleashed. Half the team's been unleashed. They have been from the very beginning of this game, to be honest. So far, only one Void Grab. Wolves decided not to over-push that in that direction, which is an interesting choice. But at the same time, it is less than a minute until the second Drake of the game is going to come up. And it does feel like the Drakes are starting to become a little bit more important, especially for Kylan right now, since level 6 has been upgraded for him. He wants to be looking for those big objectives.
Definitely so. Already with the Kraken Slayer, here comes the arrow, ends tanking it away, takes a bit more damage. Velvet is around as well. Oh my god, Harpoon! Sniping him out! And yeah, indeed, that is the reaction I would have got as well.
Absolutely same. Yes, Harpoon. Yes, but that is an insane play from him yet again. 4-2-2 goes. This Ezreal already has the essence completed. Is going to go towards the second item. This is an Ezreal that quite possibly is going to be the powerhouse for the team, especially if Korotkiy goes down there, but it doesn't look like he's going to. The mid lane in this season is so hard to gank.
It is indeed. Infernal Drake spawned in. Might have a bit of a fight for it. Erdod and Blue Resort, both of them are here. Harpoon only now making his way. Double flashes have been burned. Kylan
again
forced out Erdod.
Blue Resort has the ultimate available.
He does indeed. Korotkiy here. Might be looking for a fight here. Perfect execution. Chains of Corruption though, hitting as well. Korotki's here. The fight started. It's a bit chaotic one, but the first one to go down is Korotkiy by the looks of it. It's going to be a shutdown, and it was a bit chaotic from both sides of the teams. Wolves have been in complete control of it. They take the first kill. They take the dragon. They are happy with the end result.
They could have tried to continue with the fight, but unfortunately, Kylan couldn't grab the second crystal for his ultimate that dropped from the dead body of Korotkiy. You could see Zero Tenacity were quite protective of the crystal. Top lane, oh no, top lane is being top lane for X minutes straight.
Kylan for the rescue, knock up onto that Xante. He's in his all-out form already, and he's just gonna pick him up right here. 5-1-2 that Velvet is at the 13th minute of this game. Kylan, welcome back, mate.
When you see a scaling champion being set ahead so early in the game, you can't help but start to feel a little bit worried about the other team, because Velvet is all about stacks. And Velvet is all about playing from ahead. She wants to be ahead because it's super hard for Velvet to play from behind. But this Velvet is in such good place in the game right now with the Kraken Slayer already completed. She wants to be going all in even more from now on because this is so much power that is hard for Zero Tenacity to counter unless they're going to group up and be very cautious about where Kylan is at any given moment.
Indeed so. In the meantime, a fun fact for you. The gold is dead even.
Huh?
Both of the teams are going in absolute the same direction.
I can only assume that it's because of Kylan and Harpoon pretty much neutralizing each other. Because Harpoon has so many kills that Kylan does. Oh, right, Korotkiy too.
It's better to remember the fact that he's also running to 1-1, yes indeed, but still. He should be at least a little bit ahead of gold in terms of his adversary when it comes to Odin. He's definitely not going to be ahead of Kylan at this particular moment, but you don't really need to be right now. This Nico is just going to be a setup for those team fights. This Nico is just going to make sure that things are going to happen, and there might be even another kill coming in through. Kylan is here. Oh, okay, Melonic with a great movement escapes from this very tight corner.
I believe Kalin was trying to block out the plant for him, but it didn't exactly work out. So Melonic gets out of it safely, and Zero Tenacity are not wasting any time. They're like, yeah, we know that Kylan, the Velvet, is on the bot lane. That's why we are going to get this Herald right now, and we get at least something out of this game.
In terms of the objectives, they have been falling behind quite massively. The good thing is that nobody got the Void Grubs, right? That's a good thing for Zero Tenacity.
Well,
there's only one
Void
Grub on the side of Wolves. There's nothing they can do with it, and that's a good news, because that means that pretty much the only thing that Wolves got out of the entire exchange was the fact that there's only 2 dragons in their hands. Thing is, of course, that there's a 5-1-2 Velvet. It's a bit of a problem.
Just tiny little bit, yeah, absolutely small problem of a Belveth in the Wolves encampment. However, for Zero Tenacity right now, the timing looks pretty much good for them, because we have a minute and a half before the Drake is going to spawn. And it's not a Infernal, by the way. As you can see by the map, it's the Chem Drake we're talking about as the soul of the game. Not the best one, but still a very nice one. And for Zero Tenacity, it would be really nice to find ways to approach it.
You want to stack it up. You want to make sure that there's just as much of opportunities as you can get from it as possible. The arrow is going to connect. Roof is going to cleanse it out. Ends now making his way towards the mid lane as well. But overall, the pace of the game has slowed down, which plays into the hands of Zero Tenacity, I would even say. They now have an opportunity to just gather their thoughts, understand what they want to do, push in a little bit more on different lanes. They already got 1 turret at the bot lane. They can try to aim for another turret rather in the mid lane or the top lane, and then start contesting these dragons and stack up all 4 for themselves.
You gotta remember though that contesting big objectives is going to be very hard for Zero Tenacity, because whenever an objective goes down, if Wolves slain it, Kylan is going to get the crystal from it. If the fight pre-objective or right after the objective goes wrong for Zero Tenacity and they drop the first blood in the fight, Kylan is going to get a crystal out of it. And the crystal is going to immediately unlock the true form for that Velvet, and it's a huge upgrade in terms of fighting power. For Zero Tenacity, approaching the fight is going to be really hard, and Kylan absolutely must be the biggest priority for them.
Also notice that Kylan is already running 2 items. Already has the Wit's End and the Kraken Slayer, making his auto attacks right now absolutely devastating. But this looks to be like there's going to be a 5-on-5. Zero Tenacity are first to swim in the waters.
But those are dangerous waters. Okay, Wolves want to approach. Everybody has the ultimates available. Well, not everybody anymore.
Not everybody anymore. 2 ultimates have been burned away, together with the Bard ultimate as well, as they are dropping down onto his Jero. He's going to be forced away out of the fight in the middle of the all. Seems like Melonic is going to take away Kylan, giving them time. Look at that! And Kofta is going to kill Odin, and it's just all starts to fall apart thanks to the quick thinking of Melonic. He made sure that they can take that dragon.
I absolutely love what Melonic did in this fight. As I said, they knew that their priority is Kylan in this fight, but they approached it a little bit differently. Not trying to kill him on the spot, but rather removing him from the pit with a good all-out. And then Kylan is stuck trying to fight with Xante. And you know, it's not an easy task trying to fight with Xante, with no way of him getting back into the pit and no kill to get a crystal from. Kylan is out of the fight, and the dragon is out of the question for Wolves immediately. Really good thinking from them. And this Pop Blossom only hit Xante from what I can see, so
it didn't even hit him because he was unstoppable.
He was unstoppable! It's even worse. Such a good ultimate for these clutch fights, and it didn't go anywhere.
Melonic played that last team fight basically to the perfection. He set it all up for the team, and if he continues to do so, if Zero Tenacity continue to find these small wins that they can pretty much transfer into bigger wins, or rather reorganize for bigger wins, reorganize into the first Galactic Empire, then they can actually go for a very good position. Because if you look over the map, yeah, we've been talking about that Belveth, but outside of that Belveth, Wolves are not in such of a great position, especially not anymore. Melonic is now propelling himself into elite. There's 5-2-3 Ezreal to deal with, not forgetting about 3-1-1 Akali, which is also quite a bit of a trouble.
Akali is a big trouble, to be honest, because with the pickup of Velvet, the peeling for Roof and Odin that I was talking about during the draft is pretty much non-existent on the side of Wolves. ENG is the sole helper for Roof to try to help him stay alive in those fights. And whenever Kofta locks onto Roof, the burst damage is so high on that Akali, even with one item only so far. She's going to build up more, remember that. And when there are more items for her, Roof stands no chance of living through the fights.
Top laners again decided to settle their differences, but it looks like they might be going for a kill here because Kylan is around, shadowing the lane. Bot lane turret is still standing, so it's going to be a bit harder for them to try to take it. Linnik, I think his Peter Tingle is working, and he senses danger. Okay, the arrow gonna connect into Roofer, is gonna just instantly cleanse it.
Those Spirit ultimates that hit him in the end. That's quite a lot of damage from Zero Tenacity's side. By the way, the Edge of Night on Erdori as the first item. Interesting choice. Bold one, but I like it.
Oh, here comes Ends. I'd be looking for a stun here. Didn't find Harpoon with an ultimate. Gonna get rooted. Kylan is around here as well. A little bit of healing is not gonna save him. Here comes the Pop Blossom. They're gonna find one. Looking for more. Kylan takes a lot of damage in the process. Korotkiy are right here to clean the entire house with an instant. It's not a triple kill because Harpoon apparently took two of them. And he's now just standing alone in the field looking at all of his friends just dead there as Zero Tenacity are starting the Baron.
This is what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? When we were comparing the two teams. Zero Tenacity are a much more stable team, especially since they've really worked hard on their mistakes. Now they feel like a full unit, an absolute unit of a team compared to Wolves, who are a little bit more scrappy. Well, much more scrappy, to be fair, in the fights.
It was like... Whoop.
No recall for Lisa.
He's not gonna die, but he was actually quite close to it. It feels like Kylan decided that he wants to play as an ex-Predator, but in the meantime, it's just not really working for him. And yeah, you can see that they picked up a great kill and they started the fight quite sloppy thanks to Ends not actually hitting that ultimate. But then as soon as everything started to boil down, it just turned into a complete mayhem.
Wolves need to start the fights on the winning terms. They need those resets for Velvet. If they don't get those, the fight cannot go in their direction.
Oh, Kylan might be in trouble. Blue Resort has found him with the knock-up 2. Trying to go for more here. It's a bit hard to kill Velvet right here on the spot if they can try to go for it. Odin, in the meantime, picks a little bit of that bouncy. That's rather pleasant for the team.
Indeed, but I'm afraid Zero Tenacity are getting more.
Up! I just wanted to say that he's been all outed, and apparently he's been all outed out of the game. Adot with the great arrow to find Kylan, and they're going to kill him right there in the spot. Roof next 1 to 4, thanks to the shards coming from the Proto Belt, and Korotkiy picks that one up for himself. Mid lane completely in shambles, and it looks like Zero Tenacity, they want to keep moving.
Oh yes, finally it's their time. They've waited out the very harsh early game. But now finally, they are back in business, baby. They feel really strong. They still have the Baron buff on them, and that's why they've managed to push in so much. The mid lane is completely open for them. There's just this inhibitor standing there waiting for somebody to go and scratch it a little bit. The bot lane is almost open. Only the base turret is standing there. Beautiful grounds for Zero Tenacity to have their next approach onto the enemy space. However, with their recalls right now, they pretty much lost the approach onto the dragon, giving Wolves a little bit of the breathing room here to go in and put a little bit of vision.
In the meantime, it is almost 8,000 goal difference. Well, 7,000, fine. They picked up a little bit thanks to the Scuttle, I think, as well. Yeah, it's a really hard all-out position to try to work out from. And yeah, you can pick some gold thanks to that bouncy. In the meantime, I believe the Baron buff are still running. And I believe that right now it's going to be the top lane that is going to be in a bit of a pressure.
Yeah, in quite a lot of pressure. let's put it straight. Look at that. Zero Tenacity had only Melodic there in the beginning, who just kept pushing in relentlessly, but now everybody has rotated and they really want to open all 3 of the lanes at the same time. We might have a big team fight here, but look at Korotkiy. Keep your eyes peeled onto Korotkiy because this guy is looking for a good flank.
He is indeed. into ends now, perhaps, as Malonics are going to be rooted and stunned. Here come the ultimate from Malka as well, as the turret flow falling. Whoa! There's no pop blossom because it's been flashed away. Now it's Korotkiy, who in the midst of it all ends already dead thanks to Ash. And now they're looking for more. Through stasis, they're going to kill Odin, and he's trying to run for his life. Kylan is going to get sniped out by Harpoon, and it's just his Shira again. Looking as all of his friends in the pack have fallen, tries to run for his life with a counter strike, and he's just going to ripe into the base and see as his Nexus turrets are falling.
When winter comes, a lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. But it looks like wolves are just 5 very lone wolves who cannot find the middle ground for the team to fight on their own terms and to win games, because they're dropping this one. They're going 3-4. They are giving Zero Tenacity a 6-1 situation at one who knows what week so far, and this is a very decisive victory for Zero Tenacity.
And I feel like it's very good looking too, in terms of, we've been talking about that we need to see a as stable of a victory as possible. And yeah, you could argue that there's been this early game, but in the meantime, despite the fact that there's been this early game, Harpoon and Korotkiy propel themselves into grounds in which there's no one who can contest both of them, and then just the game goes smoothly in the hands of Zero Tenacity.
Quite smoothly indeed. Yes, the early game was very fun. Honestly, this might be the funniest game we've watched so far today, but we are yet to see because we'll have 2 more games. But before we go into those 2 games, DrBrilmann, do we have a treat for the viewers?
We do indeed, and let's hear it from Blue Razor himself as he's going to walk us through the game. Hello, mate.
Hello,
Congratulations on the victory. I
Thank you,
hope
thank
we
you.
are saving you the mental breakdown now. And now walk me through the game, because it feels like the beginning was Joker style, you know, Joker, Harley Quinn, mad birds of prey, and then it just turns into, okay, never mind, we're just going to win it.
Yeah, I mean, the early game, like we talked about the level 1, that they can maybe flip like level 1 invading, but we didn't really cover it, I would say. We were kind of late, and also we didn't place ward, so I had to face check. I think I shouldn't die, obviously, but in the end it turned out good for us. We get like a lot of kills on us, which is really good. But then like we need to, like, our bot was pushing, obviously, so in this matchup you push, and we need to cover it, but we didn't cover it, and we got punished for it by enemy jungle. So the early game was a bit confused, I would say, but I'm really happy that we managed to come back in the game and just stabilize the game and play it slow and just play for our items, and then we play together, yeah. And we bounced back pretty good.
First of all, our apologies, of course, for mispronouncing your name for so long until we got notified. We apologize. We are trying to keep our, minds in the place where we have to pronounce it correctly, to be very conscious of it. But second of all, a question from me. So this day pretty much concludes the first round of the double round robin for you as a team, and you're going into the rematches. And of course, the question for everybody is your rematch against Orbit Anonymo. Do you think you've changed as a team since the first match? Do you think it's going to look different from the first one?
I am for sure, I think so. I'm really confident that we're gonna smash them like on the second round, so I'm just looking forward to playing against them, yeah, next week.
That's the spirit.
Can you tell me this though? We've had you here on the interviews quite a bunch of times. We've had different people here in the interviews a bunch of times. And now what we've seen, that despite this hiccup, let's call it this, when it came to the early game, it feels like we actually saw a whole different team. It genuinely feels to me like this, because you've just worked massively well in terms of the synergy, in terms of the synergy between individual players and as a body of the team. Can you please tell me, or try to, put your thumb on what exactly changed from Zero Tenacity week 1, day 1 to Zero Tenacity week 4, day 1?
I think it's mostly about scrims, like creating good habits, because still we struggle sometimes to have good habits in scrims, that we just take random fights, for example, and would like make the game kind of useless, and we don't learn from it. But our goal is to just have like good games and be disciplined in the game, like don't take random fights and don't go for random plays that we don't need to do. And I think day by day, like it's getting better and better. So I think it also showed in our official today that how we played. It was pretty nice in mid and late game. So I think it's just about consistency, I would say, and discipline.
I have one last question for you, and it's regarding the current meta because we see the majority of the teams still, going with the very usual picks, like you pretty much did in this game. And at the same time, we have some players who are trying to go into more unconventional picks, like that Velvet we saw in this game against you. Do you think going further into season 14, there is going to be more room for the picks we haven't really seen before on the professional scene?
I don't think so, to be honest. I think like the game is more about the laners. So if you don't play for your laners, you play for jungle, you'll most likely lose the game. Sadly, obviously. I don't like this meta that much, but I can adapt. Obviously, I would prefer to just invade enemy jungle and bully him the whole day, but I cannot do it because my coach don't allow me to do that. So I just have to play my Maokai, you know. But
And now
I hope
just
it will
everybody
change.
turns to Xani, just go, huh?
Yeah.
Blurazor, thank you so much for joining us
Thank you.
here on the interview. And you know the tradition, as if there's anybody you want to go give a shout out to, maybe even in your native, the
Sure, I can
hardest
say Hungarian
language.
this time, okay.
Oh, I really want to hear
Hear
this.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Köszönöm szépen mindenkinek a támogatást, a Team Zora Arminak. Szóval köszönöm mindenkinek, és találkozunk holnap. That's all.
That's absolutely fascinating, to be honest. That's the most fascinating language I've heard in my entire life.
It's kind of hard,
Mate,
I would say, but yeah.
It is. It genuinely is. Mate, thank you so much for being
Yeah,
here with
thank
us.
you.
Again, congratulations
you.
on the victory and hoping to see you here tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
mate.
Good night. Yeah.
Zero Tenacity does feel very different, as you said, from week 1, day 1. It is a team that has worked very hard on their mistakes and that still has a lot of room to grow, but it does feel like they can grow into this room.
I feel like we just saw the ultimate transformation, and right now I'm genuinely looking forward to the rematch because what we've just seen is the team that worked on their mistakes, and despite the fact that the majority of things might have just had a mental breakdown as soon as they get out of that early game. Yes, as you heard it from the man himself, the jungle is not that important as it is, right? You have to play for your laners, but dealing with that Belreth would have been a problem one way or the other.
Yeah.
And instead, what we saw is the team going whatever and just going into mid lane late game, smashing the opponent to bits, and then winning the game in 25 minutes. It was a 25-minute game when in mark like in like minute number 2 or 3, we had 5 kills in.
I love it. I love my games of League of Legends like that. Very quick and full of action. And I think we're going to have quite a lot more action going into the next game, probably because it's going to be apparently much of the week ahead of us.
It is indeed, and it's going to be Forsaken versus devils.one. We'll see you just in a bit for perhaps the heatest fight for top 3 contestants. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after the break.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Draco's KitKat?
Welcome back, ladies. Welcome back. I forgot to adjusted myself. Wait. I am. I've never thought I'm going to sit like this.
That
but I
doesn't
thought
look
that-
very comfortable.
It's because it isn't, but it doesn't matter. Do you know why? Because we've got match of the week, baby. It's Forsaken versus devils.one, as I'm going to greet you from this position.
I think you can sit back. Our production just gave you a little bit more space on the top.
Yes. Yay, there you go. Listen, excited, interested, curious, because I am genuinely, I was in a bit of a torment when it came to how should I vote in my predictions, because I was looking at the matchup that we have in front of us today. And I feel like we are basically at the crossroads of two most promising teams of the current season in terms of development, in terms of working with their working.
Okay.
Yeah, with working, they're working. And when it comes to today's match, I am not 100% sure who's going to be the one. I still voted for Forsaken. Maybe perhaps I'm a little bit biased towards the team because I love the way how they play. But I can see the world in which Devils won't pick up the win.
The opposite for me, but at the same time, very same. I voted for devils.one because I do believe that they have the upper hand in this matchup. But I absolutely as well can see the world where Forsaken are going to take this match into their hands. You gotta remember that this is a super important match for them. Right now, both of the teams are in a little bit of limbo in the middle of the scoreboard, especially with this victory of Back to the Game today and with the loss of Iron Wolves in just the previous game that just happened before the break. Both Forsaken and devils.one are facing a very realistic scenario where they can jump all the way to top 3, top 4, but they gotta kick each other out of the competition first because they are each other's biggest rivals at the moment, I would say.
They also look at Gripchakov right now and silently laugh while saying, good luck taking down the bubblegum. But when it comes to this match right now, I feel like one of the most interesting things here that we can take a look at is also the individual matchups. Because there's Midlishka versus Rafbin, which I personally feel like it's one of the biggest matchups that we can have in terms of two promising mid laners, because Rafbin has been incredible when it came to Zia, and Midlishka, we've seen him already, what he can do. Yeah. There's Hasta versus Ariana, and we are biased towards Ariana, which is fair, but Hasta has been also performing rather well in the upcoming in the upcoming season, or rather in the season that's right now. And then there's there's Antonio. Yeah, Antonio versus Whitman. This is going to be a big this is going to be a big match for all of them.
Honestly, I love all the matchups we have across the map, but to me, the bot lane, the fight between the AD carries specifically is going to be so damn exciting because these are two rookies that we have as AD carries, and they are some of the most promising rookies we have on the Polish scene at the moment. And they're going to be colliding with each other. That's going to be a really big battle there. And I really wonder how much prior is going to be given to the bot lane during the draft, because both of these AD carries kind of play in a similar way. They both want to be the main characters of the stories of their teams. So I wonder who's on the blue side. What bans are going to appear? Are we going to see Varus or affiliates taken by either of these two? So many questions in the air.
It also feels like there's going to be a lot of pride coming from the teams towards those that can be the player makers. Ariana can be a player maker, and you shouldn't forget that you shouldn't give something like an Akali to him. Rafbin can be a playmaker, and you shouldn't give him a Zia, because if you do, there's a huge chance these shuffles are going to pretty much decimate the entire team. Madlishka, you can't give him a utility champion, because if you give him Seraphine, the guy most likely is going, or Karma, this guy is just going to make sure that nobody dies. Remember Overwatch? Heroes to never die. That's exactly what Madlishka is screaming every single time when he heals people up.
We can take a more close example. Legends never die in this scenario, apparently. Screams Madlishka every single time when he sees his teammates trying to go down against all of his hard work that he's been doing. That's life of support, but from the mid laner. I have so much respect for it.
It just feels to me that even when we're going to go into drafts, this is going to be the moment when we will see the biggest I don't want to say like the biggest battle between the two teams. Definitely not. The battle is going to happen with the Rift, but it's going to be the biggest mind battle between the two teams. This is the moment when you know that the draft actually, I don't want to say matters the most, no, but it's one of these moments that are going to set up the pace for the entire fight. It's not just you need to outdraft your opponent. No, it's I need to draft something very good for myself. I need to deny something for my enemy, and if I fail, there's a huge chance that things are going to go south.
To be fair though, just looking at this whole matchup, so many things can go south in from absolutely every direction. I have so many high hopes for this game because you can clearly see why this has been named the match of the week, because these two teams are showing so much great potential. They have players, and some of them we've known for quite some time. Some of them are new to us, but we already fell in love with them. And again, I will repeat myself, but I do think that these teams at the current moment, or at least up to this moment, have been pretty much the same in terms of their power, in terms of their play. This match is going, at least for me personally, to decide which team in the end comes on top of the other.
Yes, and it also feels like it's going to be important to see how they're going to keep up the momentum when it's going to go to the rest of the season, right? Because as you've mentioned it today before, this is the moment when we sort of cut the 50% and we go, okay, now let's go to the second half of the season, right? And you've mentioned it before as well. A lot of these teams are trying to go for the top 3, top 4 spots. devils.one, of course, are in a bit of a better position because they've picked up more wins in the beginning, right? They are in a bit of a better momentum spot rather than Forsaken. However, it can turn because, oh, guessed it, you're just in the 50% of the split, right? So if Forsaken all of a sudden go on a victory march and start to just pretty much, just move the opponents out of the way, go, excuse me, I'm just passing through, excuse me, and then, take the spot on the bus and go, all right, destination, playoffs. Cool, that's the right bus. See you later, alligator. And then, just drive into the distance. That may just as well happen.
I would love for it to happen. I also love the bus with the destination playoffs. And apparently has just arrived at this station because we are jumping straight into the draft. And at least one question has been already answered for me. Forsaken are on the blue side, devils.one are on the red side, and we're starting in with very strong bans. I love this way. And Surfing bans coming as the first ones from Forsaken. Exactly what you were talking about. These champions and Modlishka, they should never be together if you want to win against devils.one.
Azir instantly banned as well. It feels like we're not going to get so many of the meta bans as it is, as there are going to be a lot of very respectful bans towards the two teams. We've seen the Azir, the Karma has been taken away, and I would expect something like an Akali even to be banned out right now.
Akali or Ezreal, honestly, either of the two. Or Varus as the third scenario here, but okay, they go with the Maokai. Remember, Forsaken are still on the blue side. devils.one, if they want to have a strong all-inning setup, for example, I would see how this build makes so much sense. And here comes the Varus for Whitman as the first pick. Oh no,
Ash being instantly answered. Yeah, it's just a good old combination, but look at that. It might be not a support Ash, but a Eddie Carry Ash instead. With Rel being tied up to it, yeah, that's a pretty strong lane in general.
Honestly, I would rather vote for this Rel to be for Krisha, because Krisha is such a big playmaker for devils.one. Rel would be perfect for him. And again, that pretty much still goes in with the all-in idea, maybe, for devils.one.
Yeah, definitely could be flexed into it. I sort of tend to even forget that Rel is being quite commonly picked into the jungle. Don't really see that much of it. But Forsaken decide, you know what, screw it, we're just going to go with a playmaking of our own. They're going to go into the Orianna and Vice, setting the team fight potential for them in combination of ultimates bigger than ever.
I love it so much. They're looking at what devils.one are already cooking and are like, you want to be fighting? Guess what? We also want to be fighting. And this Vi pickup is so crucial right now, because regardless who in the end is going to be the AD carry for devils.one, whether they're keeping Ashe there, whether they decide to give Antonio something with a little bit more power like Ezreal or something of that sort, Vi is going to be so damn good into them.
Korotkiy, of course, being picked up for the mid lane, as it is one of the most stable things that you can theoretically pick up, and it looks like we get a mirror. If that row is going toward the jungle, then both of the teams have showed up pretty much the same positions at the current state. Therefore, it should be devils.one who's going to be first picking at the second rotation. Wonder what are they going to first pick though at that second rotation?
Yeah, I really wonder whether they're going to show up their bot lane combination, but I would assume with so many flexes already on their side, they can just wait out for that a little bit. And maybe blind pick something very stable for Haster for the top lane. Something like Sunday, something like Aatrox, you know, something that just stands there and works. Or maybe even Ornn, you know, for the all-in combo, I could see Ornn happening there.
Could be. It doesn't really feel like Ornn in the best of states in general.
Yeah.
Still pretty viable, though, if you really want to make it
Unless
work
you
with
take him for the
Sansa.
bot lane.
Unless you take him for the bot lane, of course. But he could just go. They could just decide to rotate themselves towards something like Exante and make sure that this is just going to go as stable as possible.
Yeah.
We can see a lot of bans coming from Forsaken to the top as they take away the Renekton. Theoretically, I can see the world in where they're just going to pick a Kali for Orianna and keep moving with this all-in team fighting comp that they're trying to sort of put up for themselves.
Very interesting bans coming in from devils.one. With Milia and with Bard, they really are removing any decent disengage options from Forsaken. The only thing that is left is maybe Renata Glask, if Forsaken would like to maybe go into that direction. But now is going to be the moment of truth. With the last ban from Forsaken being that set, I really wonder if that is going to be, in the end, the top lane pick for devils.one. But no, they want to open up all of their cards at once with this Ezreal pickup.
It is a little bit risky, especially with the fact that Forsaken already took the buy. And yeah, also Yuumi still available, so you can go into that as well.
No. Oh,
or you can
no.
go into Zac.
Oh, the Zac support!
Oh yes. Oh yes. And if they're gonna top it all off with a, it's gonna be Zac top lane. It's going to be Zac top lane that we saw both in LEC and I believe in the LCS as well.
No way.
Into a Nautilus support. Therefore, I do not know how do you fight against this drop. This is insane team fighting potential.
You don't. That's the problem. If they want to engage, Zac takes on the ball from Orianna and together with White, they just happily yoink right into you. If they want to disengage, they can very happily disengage from you as well. Absolutely insane.
Oh!
We're going to bid gosh, everybody!
Okay, and Korotkiy to top it all off. Lads, if you're not looking forward to this game, I don't know whether you like or not League of Legends, because this is the craziest draft of this season.
You know what? My only worry for devils.one right now, well, I have a lot of worries for everybody, for both sides, to be honest, but my worry for devils.one is the amount of AP damage that they have on their hands, because I believe everybody, maybe except for Rel, on their team has AP damage output of some sort. Of course, Ezreal and Ashe are going to have it to a lesser extent, but still, they do deal AP damage to enemies as well. So if Zac, for example, wants to go full unkillable demon tank, he can do that with no problem. And it is already going to be a big problem to kill Ariana in this draft. But if he goes full tank against you, what do you even do with him?
You just ignore him, apparently. That's the
Can
idea.
you?
It depends. Well, the good thing about Zac is that he deals enough damage to make you worry about him, but not enough to make you be too scared of him, right? It's not that much damage that he deals. Could have been much worse.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I mean, it's pretty much safe to say that Varus is going to do more damage.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Zac is not about damage per se. He's about engage and survivability and control and more survivability on top of that, for sure. And also he is the ball carrier for Orianna. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you also remember the fact that there's a Vi on the enemy team. And as soon as this Vi uses Season Deceased and you just drag her away into the Dominion of Death, you just walk around Orianna, you go, all right, thank you, bye. Now we're going to kill your mid lane and we're going to kill your bot laner. And then all the happies in the world. But we'll have to see if there is going to be a happy in the world. And it is match of the week with Forsaken versus the Devils.
Can the Devils do that? Can they beat Forsaken, or are Forsaken gonna be the victories as the result of this match? 2-4. Forsaken so far, devils.one are sitting on a very nice number of 3-3, and devils.one are grouping up. Oh, they all are gonna be spoiled with this one word placed by Waitman. The plan did not work out whatsoever.
Not at all, no. He's going to even prevent the backs a little bit. Just go, yep, sorry about that, lads. Not going to happen. And just
Yeah.
overall, okay, Rafbin. Not sure if he has spotted them.
I don't know, but he has to realize that if he steps out of this bush to the right, he's pretty much dead. Might even not have to step out of anywhere. But now he knows, he sees them.
Devils.one again, they're going to get spotted by both Rafbin and the Wood. And,
Wow.
yeah, Bellet is
Sneaky,
here.
sneaky.
So is Ariana. Look at that. The top laner is joined the fun. Hook connecting. The root coming in through into Traffy. Traffy's going to just fire away a little bit. Ariana's going to show himself out from the bushes. As Traffy's going to burn from the ignite. Tries to run for his life. Still holds on to both barrier and the flash. Another flash being used. Krisha uses one as well. The hook connecting. There's no root from the passer, but it's enough to score the first blood. And Devils.one, the lesson of today, think if there is wars in the enemy team.
I love charisma in this whole thing on the bot lane. Walking into the enemies like an absolute chad, not paying attention to anything or to anybody. The man had one job, and that job was to get either Traffy or anybody else locked down as soon as possible. He keeps doing it.
Another barrier being used, but there's nothing really you could do as Whitman just flashes forward and Exhaust is not going to save you. Might give his life for it though. So it is an exchange, but it's 2 kills on Varus and he just laughs and says thank you for the fast back to the base.
Oh, the laning bully becomes a laning bully. That is most unfortunate for Devils.one bot lane, to be honest. They still are going to have a lot of poke. They still have the push potential, but they don't have any kill threat anymore onto the bottom of Forsaken. While they do possess a lot of it, this Ignite for Charisma is going to come off the cooldown eventually. And when it's back, you can be sure the Forsaken are gonna keep going for more kills.
Let's see how the junglers are going to approach it, because Krisha is on the top lane, or rather top side of the map. He might be just now going to clear out the enemy jungle. However, in fight 1 versus Bellet, he should be losing it. Whitman was level 1 and Charisma was level 3, which was one of the oddest things I've ever seen in my entire life. But yeah, sure, you know. AD carry being level 1, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, sure. All is fine. All is totally fine. Oh, Bellet still hasn't noticed what's going on. Oh, now he knows that somebody has been here.
Now Rafbin might be in trouble if Madlishka returned back on a teleport. If they decide to, yes, they do, and Bellet is already here, but instead he's going to go for that scuttle. They still don't know that Krish is around.
Oh no.
Next flash, now onto Rafbin. He has the flash in his hands, runs perhaps in the wrong direction. The knockup is not going to happen, so they forced the flash out, didn't get the kill, but that's more than enough for the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. Remember, Krisha is still sitting on the hack slash, so he can come back to this mid lane and punish Rafbin. If they kill Rafbin, if they even force him out of the lane, it's going to be also a TP out of him, and then Madlishka is going to have a free lane for him to do whatever he wants. Rafbin is going to recall Nasa, yeah, most likely it is going to be the teleport used by him just to get back to the lane. So this mid lane looks extremely gankable, extremely juicy for Devils.one at the moment.
It is indeed, and this pace of the game has slowed a little bit.
Finally. It was so chaotic.
Game. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
second game when we get cheesy level 1 strats and they just
I love
result
it.
into complete mayhem. I think a lot of people have started to rewatch old Fnatic games when they love that level 1 strat.
Oh, Ariana.
In a bit of trouble. Mordekaiser, in the end of the day, deals a ton of damage. Hits like a truck, especially with that empowered Q. There's no other targets present.
Yeah.
The dragon came up though, so now is the question which team is going to try to set it up. Antonio and Traffy back, so they should reset and then come back to the lane a little bit more stronger. Whitman falls behind in terms of CS, but he should be in approximately the same position. And if they recall now, they're going to be late in terms of tempo.
Yeah, they will. They are giving away this Drake right now, pretty much. I believe Bellet is also going to have to recall as a result of that. The biggest thing he can do is just look at the dragon very respectfully. For Devils.one, that is a very good spot that they're in right now. Taking the Drake, especially if it's a Hex Drake, is going to set them up really nicely for the rest of the game.
Well, they haven't noticed that he's here. Might be going on to Madlishka. Still has the flash available, but not going to be used as Valkyria will deliver Madlishka out. They still don't know. Well, they probably do think that the dragon has been done by the rest of the team, even though they haven't seen it per se. And Belit, using that time, using the fact that Krisha has to back here, gonna bring down the Void Grubs.
I gotta say that the exchange of the objectives is beneficial for both of the teams at the moment, because devils.one want to be fighting together with their team comp, while for Forsaken, yes, it's nice to have Ariana with them and nice to have Rapin with them for the setup, but they have really good split push potential, especially Ariana, since Zach feels super safe. Split pushing, he can get away in any second, and then if he has passive, he does not fear any god or any man on his side lanes whatsoever. So I would say, yeah, the exchange of the objectives is fine, and it's no surprise that neither of the teams decided to fight for the other objective.
True that indeed. As again, we see the teams get back to farming up resources. Nobody's in the lead per se, as Forsaken has sit only at 600 gold lead, which is not too much. But don't forget that Malishka is sitting on the coal, which means that he is going to gash it in one way or the other. And it's going to bring him quite a bit of money on top. Well, okay.
Right.
I mean, he can take that fight. And yeah, Krisha realizes that he can't really fight against Vi. I'm just going to give up that scuttle.
Both of them still need to farm up though, and to farm up quite a lot. Level 6 is going to be a big power spike for both of these junglers, so they need to be looking for a farm constantly. Oh, that was so close, Charisma!
Not close enough, as he's going to take a lot of damage in the process. Traffy and Antonio are still pushing them through with the flash forward onto the barrier, and another flash being used by Traffy. Charisma looking to finish him off, and he does it! As Krisha just turns around and goes, what the hell is going on? As Antonio will bring down Charisma. It's a 1-for-1. A bit of a daredevil move from Charisma, but it does result into 1-for-1.
I would call it a Giga Chad move. The man just has one job, and it is to kill, to obliterate the enemies, and he goes in and does that, and he doesn't seem to care even a little bit about that. I love it. If not for the game plan itself, but just for the sheer audacity of it. It looks very nice. But in the meantime, level 6, as you could just see, for Antonio, no level 6 for Whitman just yet, but he should be relatively close to it already, which means for Forsaken, they need a little bit more time. And money. They need a lot of money.
A bit more people. That would be also very, very useful. As Bellet is here, the hook is not going to connect. Whitman's still not sitting on his ultimate, trying to go for more. The fight started. Here comes Bellet onto Traffy. Now here comes Christian in order to help him out. The first arrow connecting, cease and desist onto Antonio. He's still trying to run for his life, still sitting on that flash, holding on to it. He is in the safety, but no! Bellet with a great movement, and he's going to go down because of that turret, but it matters so little because Whitman is going to pick up another kill for himself. 4-1-2 goes this Faris in this exchange.
And that is an excellent example of how good the communication within the team is for Forsaken. The positioning of everybody in this small skirmish was perfect, to the point where Whitman, even though he was already pretty damaged by the time the fight started, he was always on the backlane, making sure that their ultimate, especially the one from Krisha, is going to hit him. Really nicely done by them. If they continue like that, they're going to be winning the fights. Maybe not this one.
Flash has been used,
or
goes
maybe
into Death Realm as well. Ariana is here, damaging him out, and he's going to finish him off. Hasten knew that he can't get away. Okay.
Okay.
That's a 50 CS Zach that just killed an 80 CS Mordekaiser.
Who needs to kill the minions when you can just start killing the enemies? I guess it's a little bit more fun. Says Ariana, apparently, allegedly. But here, just look at how everybody's standing here. Whitman so far away, utilizing the range advantage that he has over everybody on the enemy side at this moment, while Charisma and Belly, they're just going in like there is no tomorrow, and we absolutely applaud them for that.
Belly just decided to go absolute crazy in that play, but look at this. So it's dancing around, but the knockup, then the pull, and then the ultimate, and then the ignite as well. It's just so much damage coming from this.
Yeah.
Just look at it.
And I believe Hastur did not have relay. Like, he for sure did not have relay in that fight. And Ariana, not being slowed down, was free to do whatever he wanted. And he was free to dance around Mordekaiser as much as he wanted. Now with the relay, the situation starts to look a little bit different.
Ooh,
nice.
Arrow's not going to connect, but Krisha is going to be hooked in. Stun coming in through together with the Chances of corruption, but Lishka's here with his package. Are they going to use it on this fight? Are they going to try to hold on to it before the Dragon's going to get started? It is indeed. Bellit is around, dancing, has the smite available. The package is going to be used. Charisma walks up. The Warp Breaker might be getting him into the position as Charisma walks in, and he smites it, and then just ease it! Charisma now in the midst of it all. Krisha with a knock up on 2-3. The fight just commences, but I don't think they have enough damage. And Krish is left alone there. They can't finish anybody off, and it's Ravbin who's going to pick up the kill onto Krisha.
Such an interesting situation that everybody's already starting to become a little bit tanky. Well, tanks, of course, are starting to become a little bit tanky, but there is not enough damage on the damage dealers just yet to cut through them quickly enough, and you could see that by how long Krisha was living there, because when Rel is dismounted, even without any completed items, she is already quite tanky, I gotta say. The magic resist and the armor are already there for her, but I gotta tell you one thing. I know I predict devils.one in this game, but if Forsaken take this one, I'm gonna be so happy for them because I love what they're doing in this game. It's just the audacity with which they approach every fight and every situation. You can't help but love it.
I absolutely agree. The amount of trigger pulling that we see from Forsaken in this game into situations when you have to make a very quick decision whether you want to go for this fight or not has been rewarding them insanely. It was Bellit who was setting up a lot of very good situations for his team. It was Whitman who was capitalizing on those situations and making sure to deliver the damage. And it's now Forsaken that are holding 2,500 leads in their hand, which doesn't really seem enough, but it is a 12th minute of the game, so that is more than enough. And pretty much everybody doing is just fine outside of Oriana, who's falling behind. But as we could have seen, the fact that he falls behind means nothing because he just solo killed Hasta.
He has already built up quite some magic resist into his build as well, so he should be feeling better against Hasta, even though, again, with this relay, standing on the lane against Mordekaiser becomes increasingly difficult compared to what it would have been pre that item. Whitman might be in a tricky spot.
Nope.
Nah.
It just walks out of the arrow, and that might be devils.one who are in a tricky spot. There is Season Deceased available for Bellit. There is Depth Charge for Charisma. If they wanted to go for it, they would, but they just decided it's going to be a power move. Just show, flex the muscles. Taunts, leave, refuse to elaborate.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. We gotta say though that devils.one have so much vision around their bot lane right now that it helped them recognize the danger coming their way in the face of many members. So for a second, they decided not to pull any triggers too far. But Trophy, I don't like what is going on for Trophy now.
Down here, Ravbin walking up has the Earth Shock available for him. Earthquake rather, not Earth Shock. It's Earthquake, no?
Shockwave. Come on,
Shockwave. Jesus Christ. I'm starting to get absolutely confused within these names.
They keep adding more and more names, and at some
Yeah.
point you just start to making new ones out of those. Yeah, you totally relate. But
That's
yeah,
a new
it's like-
item. Earth Shock. Right, games.
Okay.
I would like to patent this name for a new item. I know there isn't any, but hopefully you're going to introduce one as Ariana's dances around.
Do you get 10% every time anybody buys this item?
I hope
Like
so.
in the game?
So,
That would be nice.
imagine getting paid in gold league coins.
Yeah, you just start a solo queue randomly and you start the game already with quite some gold and you're like, what?
Yes.
Oh, my dividends came in. Nice.
And you start the game instantly with full builds. Level 1 full build, Ezreal walks up into your bot lane and goes, sorry guys, that's me patenting the new item.
Yeah, that's investment for y'all. Oh, Ruffin, nice moves there.
Traffy's still not able to hit any of these arrows as of yet. Look at the damage already possessed by this Oriana. Now we have Oriana and Ariana in the game. It's going to get confused.
Krisha hasn't been spotted anywhere going in now.
Now he is.
Oh, you see.
Traffy.
No, he's not.
Going to be forced out. Charisma and Whitman are around here. They're forcing the enemy out. devils.one are desperately looking for anything to pull their trigger on. But it feels like Forsaken decided, listen, we're going to just go into the back seat. We're just going to lean back and enjoy the ride because we took all the needed leads on the map we could. We are in the best possible positions. Our Oriana is farming. Our Varus is just godlike at this point. And we don't even need to force for any plays because everything is just super brutal for the enemy team.
For Forsaken right now, yes, that is the good spot that they don't need to be forcing anything on the map whatsoever. But while for devils.one, yes, there is an option to just sit back and wait until the scaling hits your Korotkiy, for example. But the enemies are going to be scaling up as well. They have Orianna, they have Zac, who are going to be pretty devastating as the game continues. So devils.one are trying to look for the plays, not really finding any. I really wonder at which moment they will start rotating Huster to these fights as well, because I feel like Huster on Mordekaiser is such a big powerhouse that they are not utilizing whatsoever.
I do agree, and we might see the fight just now because how it has been started by Krisha and Ariana. Oh, sorry, by Krisha and Heister. The package was not picked up, and the dragon is now falling into the hands of Forsaken. They are delaying the package, but what for?
Good question. For the next Drake, since they know they cannot fight for this one. For the Baron, potentially, which is still 3 minutes away from now, approximately. Or for a fact that they want to take one, they will have more items in their pockets, because, for example, Croatia still has not have any item.
Perhaps indeed. Oriana already doing so much damage towards Hasta. He has to back out. The bot lane turret is now going to be taken, and it goes into the pocket of Rampin. He is catching up in terms of gold with his AD carry. Whitman is, of course, feeling unbelievably comfortable in the current game.
Whitman, Raffin, to be fair as well, he's only 1-0-1, but with the Luden's companion already, he feels fine in terms of the damage output. And it's Orianna. Orianna is really good at split pushing. Not as good as some other champions for sure, but she can get away from danger rather safely as long as she sees it at least a little bit in advance. So yeah, I love what Forsaken are doing right now with their 6 Void Crabs that they managed to take in this game. They are utilizing them to the fullest.
They are indeed, and I'm actually wondering what's going to be the next step for these teams, because it feels like Forsaken are in a good position to force for more leads. Next one probably is going to be the mid lane turret. They can try to bring it down ASAP. While devils.one, they are in a desperate position to look for anything to pull their trigger on. The resources are slipping away. Forsaken now invaded into your own jungle, so that means you can't farm there. Oh, Malishka might be in trouble. Season Deceased has been used. Rabin is here, trying to go for the shockwave. Didn't find any just yet. They're going out. The teleport coming in through. That means Haster is about to arrive. The knockup on to Belid. He's trying to get out and Season Deceased, or Vault Breaker rather, but he's not going to. Malishka picks up that kill. And just as I've been saying, here we go. devils.one found themselves a pickup they needed. Might be looking for more here onto Whitman to Rabin.
Oh,
but just one Q. Yeah, the damage from it is just insane.
Whitman and Raffin, they have so much damage, and from such a safe distance against almost everybody on the enemy side. Ariana is doing a good job there, but he's not with the team. Well, everybody from devils.one, almost everybody, except Korotkiy. No!
One
brother!
direction! No, don't hit it in the wall, mate!
Brother, you just lost it! They just lost their chance of neutralizing the situation on the map, of trying to threaten the outer turret on the enemy side, and now their turret is in danger, and now it 100% is falling down with the next minion wave. Ah, such a big mistake.
That's a disaster for devils.one. They're gonna try maybe to at least keep the enemy away for a little bit from that turret, but it's just one sneeze. That's all you need to bring that turret down, and it is going down. Just now.
That's so unfortunate. Oh no, another arrow. I haven't seen an arrow hit so far,
Nope,
I think.
it unfortunately did it. Here comes the shockwave to pick up Krisha over here. Teleport coming in through. That means Ariana is about to ride Bellit onto the backside as well. They're looking for Madlishka first. Knockup has not been found. He's dancing around trying to at least make it 1-for-1. He will do it! Madlishka found the 1-for-1, but now it's Krisha who's in trouble. He has to get out of here alive, but he might actually not be able to. Dismount himself to hop over the wall. Tries to run for his life thanks to the small circuits of movement speed, but he's going to get spotted and knocked up in the air with the Season Deceased. Whitman picks up the 5th kill of the game for himself. It seizes disaster for devils.one.
It feels like for devils.one, the only way they can be fighting with Forsaken right now is if they're all grouped up, because otherwise they cannot out-damage the enemies, even though, as you could see in this little exchange between Modlishka and Raffin, this Korotkiy does have quite some damage already, but that is not enough. If he is dying in the process, it doesn't matter that he has the damage and that he is killing somebody. They're losing 2 in exchange for 1. It does not matter whatsoever. They need to be rotating Haster to help them out in the team fights, but the problem is, Haster needs a second item. He needs to be farming until he gets to his second item, and it's not happening too soon. Okay, I was wrong as I said that he finally completed the Spirit Visage, so it's a little bit better now.
Oh, it is a little bit better, but it might be too little too late. 3,500. That's the difference between the teams. Arrow is not connecting. As Raffin is just running away, realizing that there was just a rogue arrow passing by. There's 2 items already on Ariana, despite the fact that he's still falling behind in terms of minions. He's already running around with the Sunfire Cape and with Spirit Visage of his own. Therefore, he's healing up like a madman on each time he picks up a blob that is a part of himself.
Oh, yeah.
There is 2 completed items inside the bellet. As devils.one, you either look for a miraculously well team fight for an objective and you just punish Forsaken for a mistake, or otherwise, it's just not looking very bright.
No, and that's the problem, right? What do devils.one do on the map right now? How do they pick up somebody when Forsaken are not giving them a chance to pick somebody up? They keep trying it over and over on the mid lane, on the side lanes, in the jungle, but nobody seems vulnerable enough for them to pull off the trigger and not get punished for that heavily.
That ward, though, is so practically insane for Forsaken. Christian is now going to get cooked in Magnus Storm to take on to 3. The package has been quite good, but can he capitalize onto him? Modlishka is now going to get torn apart. Look at the way they just tossed him around like a rag doll as Haster's trying to protect his teams. Antonio and Trappy are firing away, but look at that, nobody's still falling. Haster alone, 1-on-1 into his dead Dominion against Raffin. Not rather, but barely, as he walks out of it, tries to run for his life. Still alive, however. Ariana is trying to look for more, but Haster flashes over the one. Forsaken still standing strong. Nobody has died. And the next target in their RN sides is the Baron.
When we are at 12 to 5 situation, when the Baron is being started by Forsaken with no way and no tropes for devils.one to successfully contest it, you as devils.one fan should be really worried right now. Look at how quickly this Baron goes down, and for devils.one, this is over. This Baron is over, and Haster might be over too.
Might be as well. Antonio going to get hooked in with the Q, and Ariana is looking to finish him off, blobbing his way into the fight, burning from an ignite as well. The man's still alive. Can they bring him down? In the meantime, Haster has died, and it's a double kill. Yes, Antonio's still alive. The arrow is not going to connect when you wanted it to connect so much, and Bellit is going to escape on an enhanced teleport. There's a few kills you picked up for yourself, but now you have to think about picking up that dragon too.
It's not just the kills though, it's also 3 Baron buffs down, and those are the most important Baron buffs that were on the hands of Forsaken, because they took down Ariana and Raffin and Charisma. Okay, Charisma is fine, but Ariana and Raffin, the 2 split pushers for Forsaken, have been taken down, and the Baron buff has been taken out of them, which means for devils.one, the situation on the side lanes is going to be not as devastating as it could have been otherwise. A very bold move, a very risky one, but devils.one somehow managed to pull this off, and they are being rewarded by a dragon and an objective bounty.
A good pickup in terms of tempo, and we were talking about the fact that devils.one don't have enough damage to get through an enemy tanks. Well, it's a 4-3-1 Korotkiy with 2 completed items, to a 3rd one on the way, and it's Ezreal with 2 completed items of his own, Muramana plus the Trinity Force. Finally, they have the access to the damage. Also have access to Haster, apparently, as he's going to get tossed around again. Muramana is within the midst. Yes, indeed. Okay, the arrow hits. Great job. The first one of the game. It's enough, of course, for a celebration, but can they capitalize on this? By the looks of it, no, but I don't think the fight is over.
It's not. No, it's not. Look at Ariana!
Gets right back into it, tries to pull Haster as well. Raffin had to flash away from Christian and Modlishka, who are firing away. Season to ceased onto Modlishka, but it's quite long range. Ariana right next to us, and Pitman picks him up. It's the double kill for him. Christian might be the next one on the menu, and he's indeed triple kill now for the Varus, and they might be looking for more here, but are they? No, indeed, they're just going to start pushing.
The strength of Forsaken in this game with their draft lies in their front lane, which sounds contradictory because the damage is coming from the back lane, obviously, but the back lane leaves and deals the damage unpunished because there is such a strong front lane for Forsaken. That's not gonna hit. That was close enough, but it not hit. But Whitman can stay alive in those fights together with Rapin and utilize their range because the battlefield is being controlled very heavily by the frontline. But especially by Ariana, the strength of this Zac is because he can literally bounce the enemies around as much as he wants, not letting them get to the backline of his team. Beautifully executed by Forsaken. They're just not giving devils.one any chance to fight back in this fight.
The blob is constantly blobbing, apparently.
Oh yeah.
It's the strength of that blob that allows so much space and so much control for Forsaken indeed. They are almost, or not particularly, they're 7,300 gold ahead. They are propelling themselves into an eternity of happiness and control as they are looking to push now towards the bot lane instead of top.
Either way will do. Either will work nicely for them. They don't have the Baron buff anymore, I believe. They know. Ariana. devils.one need to be fighting back, and that's their only way of keeping doing something on the map. Just keep fighting back. There is no Elder on the map anywhere soon because both of the teams are sitting on 2 dragons at the moment, which means devils.one just need to keep pushing back and hoping that one good team fight is going to change things for them.
Oh, Ariana now in the midst of it all. Tries to go for Malishka, didn't find him. Picks up the pieces of the blobs to heal himself up, and that results into a bot lane turret. Might be looking for more here. They have all the 6 void props in their hand, so that means they can push rather effectively. But the problem is, yeah, you push out the lanes, you make sure that you don't allow your enemy to go for it, but it's not only the dragon that comes up in 2 minutes, but it's also the Baron. And if you decide to pull a trigger for one objective, the other one might be yoinked. And Forsaken are in a position when they don't have to fight for that Baron. They can just go, kill the dragon real quick, and then as devils.one are going to try to make quick work of the Baron, they just walk up there and punish the opponents. They have enough damage to kill that dragon really quickly.
At the same time, none of the teams really need to prioritize the dragon at the moment. It's only going to be a soul point for either of them. So for sure, the Baron and the top side of the map are going to be the hot talk for either for both of the teams right now. And it's going to be still hard for devils.one to approach it. And I gotta say, Ariana was looking for a jump into there, decided not to. But Ariana is showing to me that apparently Zac is the new Ornn in the current meta and the current patch. Because the long range engage, yeah, we got it. The survivability, yeah, we got it. The damage, yeah, we got it. What else do you need from a champion? Yeah. The assassin, the tank, the support, everybody.
And he's also healing like crazy, so that means he's a fighter, he's a duelist. So he can pretty much do anything. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just found your way how to win every single solo queue game. Pick Zac, as he's showcased right now by Ariana, forcing the flash out instantly from Antonio. And look at that, 30 seconds more on the clock before one of the objectives are going to appear. Forsaken can just take both of them and then look to close out the game.
Remark, please do not pick Zac if you're playing in solo queue against me. You would need to be super low elo for that, but please don't do that. I already have enough trauma from the champion. You can see in this game just how strong he is. Another arrow connect, and that's a lot of damage onto Whitman. Actually, not bad, but Trophy, oh, he was in so much danger right there.
Forsaken decided not to pull the trigger since they were a few men short, and instead they decided to prioritize onto the dragon. They are going to kill him rather quick, but the thing is, they've pushed away devils.one. They scared them out back to their own base, and now they can just take the dragon real quick and rotate themselves towards the Baron.
Wait, Malishka did not take the package. He had the package available at the base. He decided not to pick it up. Does it mean the devils.one are not looking for a fight around the Baron pit right now? Because otherwise, for sure, that would have been a package for him. He has a teleport, so he could, in theory, recall quickly, go for the package, and then teleport back into the fight. But
it seems to me that's the idea, because Forsaken are not that quick to pull the trigger. They only now are doing this. And it might be just now the time when they want to do it, but they, still haven't started it.
But they can any moment, and that's danger for devils.one. They have vision at the Baron pit. That's the only thing that is... No, they don't. Sorry, those are the blue buffs, not red. I'm going a little bit crazy there. They don't know if the Baron is going to be started or not, so... I'm not sure if devils.one are sure what to do on the map right now.
They're waiting it out by the looks of it. They're trying to buy themselves time. Not a lot of time left. The Baron has started. They now should know it. Yeah, now he's returning back. A few wards now and there to maybe teleport back as soon as possible. And It's a restart, it's a reset, and it's a package that has been taken, but there is no way you can utilize it now.
Unless they force a fight with Forsaken, which is gonna be very hard for devils.one. They would need to play around Trophy's Arrow or some Miracle, or just go all in with Krisha and Malishka. But other than that, interesting play from Forsaken. So they take the package out of Korotkiy, and that's it. They're happy with that, and then when there is no package, they can reapproach the Baron again.
Apparently so. There is some sort of a technical pause, like you could have noticed, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's really so rather obvious. We don't really know what is the reason to that just yet. We are going to keep you updated. But in general, I feel like I understand why they decided not to send Malishka for the package as soon as possible, because they want to make sure that this is one ace in their sleeve that they will have before the next fight begins, right? Because again, if they would have reset the Baron, they can just do that constantly to force Malishka out and use his package. And then, as you said, forcing a fight against Forsaken at the current moment is almost impossible. How do you force that fight? The only way you can do this is if the Mordekaiser just flashes into the enemy face, instantly takes Vi out, and then just goes, you know what? Fight! And that would work. But other than that, how do you do this?
You think he should take Vi out and not Zac, for example? Because I would say Zac is such a high threat for devils.one if they want to engage into the enemies, because he just disrupts them completely. He doesn't let them approach his team at all. So I could imagine that Mordekaiser would like to take Zac out of the equation.
I think both of them are just pretty much a big nuisance to work with.
True.
Because, yeah, you take Zac out, but then Vi's going to cease and desist your AD carry, and what next?
Yeah, nothing. Well, next is you all are dead and the game is over for you, because we are at the point of the game where every death is going to result in a lost game for devils.one. The death time is going to be too high, and the push potential from Forsaken together with all the 6 scraps that they have is going to be way too high for devils.one to have any time to resurrect and to try to fight back.
It feels like right now what's just working so brilliantly to the side of Forsaken is actually their draft, as you've noticed it before as well. It's the only thing that just keeps stopping devils.one from doing actually anything on the map, because if there would have been a lead for even Xante, maybe you could find a way how to work it out. But then because of the fact that Zac right now in the current patch just feels so incredibly strong, and you've just seen why, and you don't have any ways of doing anything about it, it's all in shambles, really.
Yeah, the majority of the champions on the side of devils.one don't like playing from behind. Mordekaiser hates playing from behind. Ezreal, okay, is more or less fine, but overall this bot lane of Ezreal plus Ashe don't really feel that comfortable in the game when they're behind. Korotkiy is fine at the moment, more or less. You could see he's probably going to be the top damage of the team, I could imagine, after the game is over. But he doesn't really live for long in those fights, because Forsaken know very well where the damage is coming from, and they make sure to neutralize him the moment the fight starts.
And there we go, back into the game after a very quick pause for some technical reason. Don't particularly have any information onto that. And in the meantime, the fight started. Krisha looks for something. Season deceased right onto Traffy, who's going to flash out. Krisha somehow still alive as the hook connects onto Haster. Not exactly the target you've been looking for, but it's at least someone you can start to work with. Nobody is going to die just yet. And it seems like the teams are waiting for the right moment, because the Baron is a juicy target.
No package anymore from Alisia. He just had to use it because the timer was running out fully. The Baron is still standing. No vision for Devils. No, sorry, for Forsaken this time. Am I going colorblind? I keep mixing up the colors of the words in the Baron pit today for some reason. But it doesn't matter. What matters is for devils.one, it's still so hard to approach the pit. And if you look at the items on Forsaken side, look at how finally they're itemizing, especially their front lanes, which is super important, again, for the structural composition of Forsaken's draft. Look at this Koenig Roken, for example, on Belite. Finally learned how to pronounce this item's name. It's a very important item. The magical damage shield that is available for Belite right now. Remember, so much AP damage from devils.one. It's going to be mitigated by Belite. And Belite, with this huge health bar of his, is going to live for long enough to remove somebody from devils.one from the fight.
Indeed, definitely. And now we might just see that particular fight. Malishka's still sitting in that teleport, so he will be able to get back into the fight real quick. Thing is, Forsaken are yet again over here. They're yet again taking control over the top side of the map. Ariana might get caught in here. The arrow is going to connect. Instantly turns down, however. And the Chains of Corruption, I believe, has been rather dodged. As Ariana still holding on to his passive. Don't forget, he will get resurrected ASAP. Medlishka is joining his teammates. The Arcane Barrage is going to go absolutely wild. And here comes Rafbin too. But everybody's just going to take a quick breather and probably reposition. And somebody will even reset.
If devils.one reset right now, they could lose. They could risk losing the Baron. But Krisha doesn't want to reset, he wants to fight.
Cavalry tried to go for it, but Charisma instantly stops him right there in his... I want to say in his tracks, but it looks like in his hooves, really. And... well, the Baron has been started.
devils.one have given enough space for Forsaken to stop the Baron, but they're going to know the moment, yes, there is going to be some vision in the pit from Traffic. They know, but can they do anything about it?
Charisma is trying to stop Krisha from doing anything. The depth charge onto Medlishka to knock him up in the air. Krisha's almost dead, by the way, as Ariana is trying to finish him off together with Belid, and he's on the rampage. Charisma running for his life, but he's going to fall regardless, and it's Medlishka who's the next one on the target, but no! Haster tries to take Rafbin into his death domain and takes a double kill into his hands. Cease and desist right on top of Antonio. They're trying to finish him off. Flashes away to try to get into safety as Whitman finishes off Mordekaiser. It is a 2-for-2. Everybody's still standing. Traffy, 50% of his HP just gone into one arrow. And it's both of the teams that are standing tall.
If we get the replay of this fight, yet again, you gotta have your eyes on Whitman. Yet again, you gotta see just how well the guy positions himself in the fights. Oh, we have a look at Whitman. And every single time, he's going to be as far in the backline as possible. Almost nobody could get to him. The whole idea of Mordekaiser going so deep into the enemies was, yeah, he deals a lot of damage. He is tanky, he can survive for a long time. He wanted to get onto everybody on the backline and remove them. The moment he got a double kill, this is the time to go for Whitman. But he's never allowed to get onto Whitman. He dies before that because he's still being the target for Whitman. This guy is just such a good AD carry.
He is indeed, but now it's teleport time and Haster's going to arrive into the fight, and it's the fight for the Dragon Soul. Belid extremely quickly gets out of the Dragon Pit. They're going to get pulled in together with the Magnet Storm. Charisma is going to fall down. In the meantime, Ariana is in the midst of it all. Christians might be the first one to fall here. And yes, it is for devils.one. Now it's Ariana who's out on his slingshot, still alive there. It's 1-for-1 support for a jungler, and it's a hard time for devils.one to try maybe to push for that dragon.
Oh no, 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 they're gonna go for the dragon, but how much are they gonna lose on their base in the meantime? Oh, we have seen that happening already in Ultraliga. Look at that for a second. They're gonna do the Baron, they're gonna be discovered, but it doesn't matter because what matters is Ariana doing the classical top lane shenanigans at the base of devils.one.
It is indeed. They're just pushing forward. The first turret has been destroyed, and then Asher falls as well. It's just an absolute win for Forsaken at all possible points. Ariana happily walks away from the enemy base, going, got ya.
He can go back. He can go back at any moment. He's like, oh, thank you very much for the Baron buff, guys. Right on time, because I could be going back. Or he could recall very quickly. That's an option as well. But Forsaken right now, so strongly in control of the whole game, of every single aspect of it. And I really wonder if devils.one are going to have enough time to defend it. Because yes, they got the third Drake. It's the second Cloud Drake for them. It's nice to have, for sure. It's additional money, additional movement speed for you, everything. But I don't think it's going to be enough for them to withstand what might be the final push from Forsaken.
It's the 10,000 gold lead in the hands of Forsaken that makes me a bit nervous, or rather 9.5. It's a lot of damage on their hands in the hands of Whitman. It's a lot of tankiness in the hands of Belid and Ariana. They're going to be very happy to utilize it against their enemies. Baron buff is in the hands of Forsaken, and they're going to start slowly pushing in through. Top lane defended by Haster, mid lane defended by the rest of the team, as we see a standard combo of 4-1. devils.one need to pick their targets very closely. Onto Ariana now. Stone coming in through, but it's going to be hard to kill him. This mid lane turret takes quite a bit of damage. A lot of very good wave clear on the side of devils.one though. Charisma will not die.
Forsaken are having troubles though, cutting through the defenses of devils.one, but now devils.one, they see the target. Is Ariana gonna get he's Zack. He doesn't care about nuances like that. He is busy. He is more important for Forsaken right now than everybody else from Forsaken. They're just a distraction. Ariana used to do the real job.
Oh yes, and now knocks up 2 in the air with Season Deceased on top of it as well. Forsaken instantly pulled the trigger, but can he finish this off? Whitman now, he's in the death realm. He's in one alone against Haster, and it's Oriana now who's falling down. It's a shutdown. devils.one standing tall in this fight, but Lishka kills Oriana, and Forsaken are in shambles. They have to run. They will be forsaken again by the Devils and forced out of the Hell's Domain.
Hey, DrBrilmann, both of us were incorrect in the end. The real target for Haster all this time has been Whitman, and it's really damn hard for Mordekaiser to get onto Whitman. But the moment he takes him into his death realm, oh my goodness, it's so hard for Whitman to fight him because Varys doesn't have the range advantage in the death realm, and there is still that rely on Haster that helps him slow down this Varys as much as possible and kill him in the process. God damn, that was a very smart move from Haster. And on top of that, look at that, he's running Jockstraw already, while Whitman decided to go into a lethality build, which means, yeah, he's effective against those squishy enemies on the side of devils.one. But when it comes to a tanky enemy, when it comes to Haster, how do you cut through that?
Apparently you don't.
Yeah.
But he also have completed the Jesus Christ, it's the item that nobody ever completes because they only go for the QSF for the Quicksilver Stash. What's the name of it? I can't remember right now.
I surprisingly remember it in any other language right now except for English. That is interesting, but we got what we're talking about.
That's the problem that I'm experiencing currently as well. But the thing is, that mitigates Mordekaiser's ultimate. So that happened, right? This fight happened. It was a brilliant fight for devils.one. Next time, not going to work. Because as soon as it happens, Whitman is just going to press the item, and he's going to get out of the Death's domain. So it will require devils.one to, as soon as possible, collapse onto Haster's initiation and make sure that they can continue up with the damage and the pressure. As Mudlishka might now be in trouble, Krisha tries to save his life, but he won't as he instantly falls down. Teleport coming in through, and that means that Haster's going to arrive. Krisha flashes over the wall, but he's going to go down regardless, and it's 2 kills for Forsaken as they begin to push the bot lane.
And mind you, Ariana has not been with the team all this time. In this exchange on the bot lane, he's still on the top lane, he's still pushing in, and now with devils.one having only 3 fighters on their side, it's not going to be anywhere enough to defend the base from 2 lanes being pushed into them at the same time.
Well, the wave has been cleared, so that means they can't push through right now. Ariana being forced away because of the damage coming his way. First inhibitor has been brought down. The second is going to be just down, brought in a few seconds. 20 more seconds on the clock before Krisha and Mudlishka are going to arrive. And can they capitalize on this? The fight starts at Traffic, might be the first target who falls down immediately. Hasten now the next one. Might be holding on still to his dead domain, but they got Oriana. Can they look for more? Whitman almost dead in the process. Has to flashes forwards, goes for a pull, but didn't find one. Charisma now pulls him in with the hook. And they're looking for more. Now in the death domain, Charisma going down relentlessly and with an absolute brutality of the devil. As they look for more. Teleport coming in through. It's Mudlishka who looks to finish the job with the package, I assume. Even with the knockup, instantly goes out. Remember about being a hero? Yeah, not happen.
No, I am so sad for Mudlishka right now. There was an attempt, and he wasted so much on this attempt to teleport the package, potentially the game itself as well, because look at the devils.one are the dragon pit. The dragon is nice, but the soul is not going to be big enough for them to get them out of this situation in the game. And Ralphbit, in the meantime, is doing some fun business. Yeah, he's just pushing in. And remember, 6 grubs.
All you need to do is delay the recalls, and look at that. In the midst of it all, Bailey is now fighting with the rest of the team. Ralphbit might just so single-handedly finish the game. He's pushing for it. He's done it. Shockwave onto the teleport going in through. Here comes Oriana. Is that the ultimate price you need to pay for the soul? As now, yes, Ralphbit is dead. Oriana is the next one on the menu. Can they take him down before the next? Yes, they can, but it's Bennett who brought down Mordekaiser. So what's going on? The minions! They are finishing
the minions! The minions!
The game for Forsaken. What happens?
What happened is the classical Dragon Pit trap that we have already seen in Ultraliga. Actually, I believe last week with with Kaspersky, we witnessed a fight where it was the same idea. The only difference is there was an Elder Drake, but it was the same idea with the red side trying to take the Drake, with the blue side delaying teleports when the red side realized what was happening. And here, the difference is the teleports did come in the end from the red side. The recalls, sorry, not the teleports, did come in the end. And they stopped Raffbin, they stopped Ariana, but it was not enough to stop the spirit of Forsaken.
What just happened?
I just told you.
Yeah, but how? How did that happen?
I just
What?
literally told
It feels like what the biggest problem for me here is devils.one deciding that, yeah, we're gonna go and push for that Dragon Soul when we have an exposed base.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Well, sometimes when you're under so much pressure, you make mistakes. You make
That is
silly
true.
mistakes, or you make really big mistakes. And these big mistakes can lead you to throwing the whole game. And that is the big mistake that brought devils.one to their demise.
That is definitely true. But it's one of these endings of the games that you just do not expect in general, because
Yeah.
it's the game. It wasn't exactly like toe to toe at the certain point, right? It's just was quite visible that Forsaken have it pretty much under their control, but it was up to devils.one here to lose the game, and it feels like they lost it. It's not that even the Forsaken won it with that last play.
No. It's an unfortunate game for devils.one, a very unfortunate one. They kept trying to look for the ways out of it over and over, but Forsaken were stronger on every single front. And I asked this question before the game, that to me, the outcome of this game is going to decide which team is stronger on the ground level. And yeah, I have my answer now. Forsaken are the strongest team.
But now let's hear it from the Zach, from the blob, from a man who bounced through the rift with style. Ariana, right now joining us here for the interview. Hello, mate.
Yo,
How
hello.
are you doing? Now walk me through that Zach, because
So history
What?
of Jack is really weird. Like my team said like on last scrims that it's strong, and I'm like, guys, I've never played Zac. I'm so bad at Zac. I can't play it. And if the enemies pick Mordekaiser on scrims, I rage quit. I can't play this match. And we are like, okay, Haster doesn't play it. He's too trick. He will play Renekton or Zed or.
And you bought them both!
And yeah, and he went Mordekaiser, and I had like 2 or 3 games practice on Zac, and I'm like, no way, I just pray my team FFs. And like when they invaded, we're like, that's the thing that we practiced on scrims, that if enemies have like double range bot lane, 2 ADCs, we just go to their jungle, I go here, I like waste TP, even if they don't invade, I just take the bullet, I go TP. Like, I don't care. Like, I must do it or my game is done for my team. And, like, it happened and they died level 1 and we stomped them.
Wait. Are you saying this was your 4th game on Zac?
Something like that, yeah. I'm, like, not the best Zac. But I also played versus probably one of the, like, I don't want to be toxic, but one of the worst players in League. So I was like, okay, I can go it. I don't mind.
Even though he played Mordekaiser and you hate playing against Mordekaiser. Wait, is it just because of Zac Mordekaiser matchup, or just playing against Mordekaiser?
Yeah, it's like a great matchup for Mordekaiser. I think I can. I mean, I don't know. Maybe somehow with Zac can outplay it, but I can't. I haven't realized yet. And yeah, it's like Norman Osborn, my counter, Mordekaiser.
I mean, the thing is, you're telling me that you can't play this matchup. You solo killed a man.
I was 30 CS behind because I broke one wave and he kept me freezing me for 8 minutes, but because of that they couldn't contest either Herald or Grab, so I was chilling.
Ariana, wait, I have a question, like maybe a tricky one, but that was a crazy chaotic game. But if you were to give me one biggest win condition for your team in this game, apart from you being excellent on that Zac, by the way, what would it be?
I mean, the win condition is for sure like catching their backline with Orianna Vi combo. And like Varus spoke, not it was like it's mostly a pick comp, but during teamfights it's also kind of good. Like we just dive their backline and they get smashed usually. Mordekaiser is kind of good answer into it because of his ult, but we can counter it with one item, so it's okay.
That's we've also been having a conversation about this. during the game as well. But now walk me through this. So the game, it was pretty much under your control, and it was pretty much visible that it was under your control. But are you as a team pretty happy with the performance, or are you walking out with it? Yeah, it's good. It's a good win, but there's a lot of work.
No, I already said it's like a disaster, and if we keep playing like that, we never make playoffs. But it's like one game that we play so disaster, even on scrims games like that happen. I don't know why. Maybe like we got distracted a bit by the disconnects we kept getting. But like the good thing is that like an enemy team relies on one player. If Krisha doesn't 1v9, they don't know what to do. Like they have 2 AFK solo lanes. But I must tell you something because it's so funny, okay? Like, and if you check an enemy laner last all games in Ultraliga, every game, like he played like 4 different champions, I think, and in every game he had same runes, Eri and Resolve, like every game. It's crazy. Like he doesn't change runes, or
I never noticed.
I never
Damn,
noticed
thank
as well.
you.
it's so funny. Like we're laughing at it so hard.
Okay, wait. I have one last question from my side here. So you have a 3rd victory today with this victory, but you also have 4 losses so far, and we're entering the double round robin part 2. With 4 losses already in your hands, how do you fare your chances of getting into the playoffs this season?
I think like we should make playoffs. If we don't make it, it's because we are bad and we deserve it. Okay, like I have like mindset. If we don't make it, we are just bad. I won't be mad, but I'm pretty sure we will make it. Like we are doing really well. We are improving, and like revenges might be even better for us now because of the time spent. And our next opponents don't have Damkex on top lane, so it will be much easier now.
Mate, thank you so much for this interview. It's been one of the most delightful ones I had a really long time. Okay. You know the tradition very well. You've been here long enough. If you've got anyone you would like to give a shout out to, maybe in your own thing.
I want to give shout out to Mikołaj from Łódź. And that's all I think. And to Norman Osborn.
Somebody please tag Norman Osborn on Twitter if you could do it. Mate, thank you so much for that interview, and hoping to see you here next time, dude, mate.
Thank you as well. I hope to. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye. So wait, we are going from game 1 to game 3, and each next game is getting crazier and crazier. What are the chances that the last game of the day is going to be even crazier than those ones we've had?
Genuinely don't know. The only thing I do know is that it's time to take a quick breather and get ready for the last match of today. And it's going to be Cryptocraft versus Orbit Anonymo Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in just a moment.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Kasper?
Welcome back for game number 4. It's Orbit Anonymo versus the Gripcraft. And since the games have been crazier and crazier, there might be an upset incoming, or might not. We'll have to see. Because, just for the record, Orbit Anonymo is still the only team that is actually going flawless in the standings. And I am genuinely curious to see if they're still going to be by the end of the day.
I got some stats for you. I know you usually are the one to bring in the stats department, but today it's going to be my turn. So we have not had a perfect split in Ultraliga history so far. Everybody has received an upset. You get an upset, you get an upset. Everybody gets an upset. There were 2 splits when the teams were going with only 1 loss throughout the whole regular season. There was Aga Rogue some seasons ago, and then 2 seasons ago, I believe it was Zero Tenacity with only 1 loss throughout the whole regular season. We have never had a perfect split in the history of Ultraliga unless we had it somewhere, in the prehistoric times. But so far as I checked, we haven't had it, which means that Orbit Anonymo are potentially going to make history this split.
The key word is potentially.
Uh-huh.
Right? Because the last time when we thought that we are going to get ourselves a perfect split was a few seasons back with Aga Rogue. And it was Gentleman's Gaming that brought the down in the crazy game. It was about, if I recall correctly,
7th season or something. Wait, I had it somewhere open even for myself. And I actually don't have it open anymore. Ha! Forget it.
Never mind. It's been there, okay? We've seen it happen millions of times before. Every single time with the team.
Gotta correct myself. Rogue, before they became our Rogue, when they were just Rogue, they also had one more almost perfect split back in season 1, actually. But they still had 1 loss there.
That is 10 years ago.
Oh my god, what?
No, that's not 10 years ago. Sorry, that's 5
No,
years.
it can't be.
Right.
We're not that old.
Yeah, no. Jesus, for some reason I thought there was season like season. Jesus, no. That's that's got to be, that's 5 years ago, yeah. That's 5 years ago. I'm stand corrected. Jesus Christ, I've escaped myself out of my shoes as well. But that's not the point. The point is, they are going for the perfect split. Gripcraft is one of the teams that really needs to fight for the top 3, top 4 spot. And we've seen that to happen in the previous game as well. Both of the teams, Forsaken and devils.one, were also fighting for the top 3, top 4 spot pretty much. For Gripcraft, if they lose the game, this is going to be a disaster because they'll have to fight with double force tomorrow and in the days to come if they want to compete for the top 4. So this game for them is quite important in the near future prospect.
If they lose the game today, they will be just 1 victory away from Team ESCA Gaming. Just sitting, 1 victory ahead of ESCA Gaming, which means they will be the 2nd team in Ultraliga from the bottom of the scoreboard, which is not where you want to be, because if you're 2nd from the bottom, you're not getting into the playoffs. Too many teams ahead of you to try to fight through to still get into the playoffs. So Gripcraft today is the day where their dreams either suddenly become true because they crush the reigning champion of Ultraliga, or when the teams get crushed down because they lose majority of the chances of getting into the playoffs.
We've constantly talking about the momentum. We're constantly talking about the fact that you need to push for it, right? And that's pretty much one of these moments when for the team to push for that victory, to push for that win is pretty much essential. Right, because if you don't do it now, you might not get a chance later. But let us see, how are they going to do this?
So Gripcraft wanted the blue side. They, I believe, were the ones who chose the blue side in this selection, which means they have the first pick, but also it means that Orbit Anonymo can pull out so many interesting things out of their sleeves because they are on the right side and have the possibility to counter pick against Gripcraft. I really wonder what the picks are going to be, especially I think for the mid lane and for Royson and Nermin, because these are such big playmakers for the team. But look at that. The Ash ban, okay, fine, we get it. But Seraphine ban against Royson, so much respect already paid.
And it feels just like the most obvious of the choices as well, really. You don't want to give Royson that Seraphine because we know that he's going to do a lot of damage with it. A lot of damage in terms more like theoretical damage, more like a comparison.
Mental damage, emotional damage. Mostly.
Pretty much, yes.
Like 2 weeks ago, on week 2, day 2, there was the match between Forsaken and Anonymo, and Anonymo were actually kind of losing this one until Royerstone Surfing was like, hey guys, I'm tired of it, I'm gonna jump in, put in a beautiful encore onto everybody from the enemy team and turn this game around, and yeah, that's why Surfing is banned.
And the actual another thing that is very interesting to me is how they're going to play it out with Fetsky, because this man has been exceptional on Zion. We've seen that game, and that was one of these moments when you realize that the man is a promising AD carry. Now, how is this going to work with NeraMin in this particular game is quite interesting. Will Gripcho resort again into something like a Zaya and try to work from that angle, or are they going to throw themselves into a different pond?
Oh, Rumble for Miatek. That's a good beginning already of their draft, and that's a pretty important first pick for them to snatch away from Miatek, because Miatek is pretty good as Rumble, and Rumble is pretty good as a champion right now in general. But I really wonder, because Anonymo have banned out obvious bans, and also Korotkiy as the last ban from them, something Royson often goes into whenever he's, just wanting something as safe as possible for the mid. So I wonder what the idea is there for Anonymo, because for sure they're coming in with an idea, and already you can see that it's going to be Kalista for NeraMin. I'm very excited about that one.
It is going to be quite interesting. I'm also quite curious if they're going to score the Renata, or are they going to let it for a little bit later? First things first, they're going to lock in the Vi duty.
Yeah, if you have Kalista, Vi is your biggest enemy. Yeah, if you watched Arcane, maybe, Jinx fight. No, Vi Kalista is the real thing out there. But okay, we have the Lovebirds for Gripcho. I can see your excitement. It's Zaya that you wanted to see for Fetsky, and it's your beloved Rakan for Dancer.
And it's an interesting combo here as well. So Gripcho decide, listen, NeraMin is a threat. What are we going to do? We're going to give Fetsky and Dancer something that they know they are going to be able to withstand as far as possible and as long as possible, even if it's going to be Kalista Renata. Is it going to be hard? Definitely. Will that mean that later, especially if the laning phase is going to go as stable as possible, Fetsky will be doing a lot of damage with his Zaya, and then there's going to be Dancer who will be able to set up a lot of different fights? Also, yes.
I fully agree with you. But personal input here, I do still favor the bot lane for Anonymo, because Kalista is insanely strong in early. Paired up with Renata, they have a lot of kill threat onto the enemies. And Zaya is so vulnerable, even with the healing and the control that Rakan brings to the table for his beloved bird. It's still too much for Zaya to stand against. So I'm
until
really
level
worried for
6. It's not going to be. It's not going to be easy at all. It's not about. It feels like for Gripcho right now, it's not about winning the lane. It's about surviving it.
Yeah,
it's about
absolutely.
making sure that you just go into the mid lane and then you start to blast.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a really good rotation there. Zaya and Rakan are excellent on the mid lane after the laning phase is over. So yeah, totally agree with you here. Just survive through the laning phase and things are gonna get a little bit easier for you.
Let's see how the second rotation is going to go, because we've got Xinjiao and we've got Poppy banned away for Gripcho, and Ziggs and Seraph as well.
I love it. There's a really good bounce there against Anonymo right now, because Royson would go into either of those things for sure. NeraMin, what are you? Stop!
Is that a cat for Royson?
I would love to see that, but not really. It's gonna be Wei! Yes! Royson or Wei! I could have been happier only with a Swain, but come on, Wei is such a good champion right now. Another fun champion, to be fair.
It is quite fun indeed. He did receive a little bit of nerfs, I believe, in 14.2. A little, if I'm not mistaken. There's definitely some changes introduced to him. I think there was some
wasn't a nerf.
There wasn't a nerf?
No. It was a buff, actually. I'm just looking at, the little picture, and apparently he had a buff, but I don't remember which one.
Guess he's stronger now, as Gripcho are going to lock in Lilia and Xante.
Oh my god. So that's Rumble mid lane. Into Wei? Or into... What?
That is crazy.
Huh?
No, that's Xante mid lane.
Okay. Let's try to look at it as realistically as
Why did
possible.
you channel your own inner Ashley Johnson just going, okay.
I don't know, man. Don't ask me any questions right now. I'm already more than confused. But let's look at it as to what we have right now. For GRP, for example, they have Xante on the mid lane against Hui. Hui has some damage, but it's not like, Callisto levels of damage during the laning phase. It's most likely not like he's gonna kill Xante pre-level 6, but he definitely is gonna make his life quite miserable there. But then post-6, Xante is pretty much immune to the kill threat from Hui because ultimate from Hui is big and the distance is big. But if Xante keeps close range to Hui, he actually would have an advantage against him. So I would say mid lane is pretty much neutralized right now, which is fine for both of the mid laners. They're fine to wait throughout the laning phase. We know that from them, they're fine to wait until the real action starts later on in the game. Top lane is a different story. Top lane might go really explosive there with Irelia Rumble combination. I would not be surprised if the first kill is going to come from that side, to be honest, or from the bot lane. Because still, Kalista, Renata on the bot lane. Orbit and Anonymo are like, okay, look, usually Orbit and Anonymo play through their late side potential, but today they're like, okay, look, we are going to have insurance for every single stage of the game. Do we win through the early game win and the snowball? Yeah, Kalista really can help with that. Do we go into late game? Hui really can help with that. Do we win in the mid game in the team fights? Yeah, we can.
It feels like they're covering all the spots, but then at the same time, I'm looking at the other side of the map, and I'm also quite curious because the mid-game fighting potential coming from that team is quite insane. The late-game fighting potential from that team is even more insane. With Xante being... Xante is going to be tanky as hell as soon as they're going to reach mid to late game. Lilia is going to be tanky, healy, and controlling everything that just walks around. Equalizer is going to burn through people like they never existed. And then, given the regard of what we saw from Fetsky in the previous games, that late game Xayah will be just spitting feathers at the enemies.
Spitting feathers, that doesn't sound like a very healthy condition, to be honest, but not in the case for Fetsky because he's going to be really fine doing so indeed. But I would say that the winning window for GRP in this game is going to be mid-game. After Kallista's overwhelmingness on the bot lane is over, and before the scaling hits for Roizen, that would be the window for GRP to unleash their fullest potential. It's also, coincidentally, the window where Rumble is the strongest in the game, so I would say mid-game teamfights for GRP all the way in.
Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rift. Welcome for GRP versus Orbit Anonymo. Welcome to the fight of tonight, where the GRP are going to be still as a strong contender for the top 4 or top 3 race, or will they just fall right here, right now? No, they will not. Well, it was pretty close, but no. Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. I'm very excited for this game, especially with Furby and Xante on the mid lane, something we haven't seen in quite some time, to be fair. But at the same time, it's rather intriguing because together with Lulas, the amount of survivability these two are gonna have in the skirmishes is absolutely insane. On top of that, however, I'm still looking at Orbit Anonymo. I am looking at top lane Prime, and not just because he got damaged quite a bit by Medic there, but also because for Orbit Anonymo, we know that they play either around Nermin or Prime. As much as Roizen is an excellent mid laner, he is usually a catalyst for the team. Prime on Irelia, that is a hyper carry potential right there for you.
Ooh, a bit of a handshake. Nermin not going to get knocked up. That's a good exchange for Orbit and Anonymo. GRP need to be very careful when it comes to this particular lane. They need to survive it. They no need to win it. The longer they are able to stall Nermin and Chipsy from reaching a position when they're going to be able to just kill everyone on the Rift, the better it is.
Oh no, Fetsky wanted to have a bro fist, but Dancer didn't answer with a bro fist of his own. Oh no, that's a betrayal right there. Where's the synergy of this bot lane of GRP? I'm not seeing it.
Perhaps this is not even knowing that you can do the brofist. Apparently there are still people that don't even know about this. There is a brofist.
That's the best feature in the whole game.
I know, and it's still a mystery for a lot of people.
Wow. I'm shocked. I'm shocked right now and disappointed a little bit.
Fair enough.
I know, right? Okay, let's look at what is happening in the game right now. I know there is not much happening in the game, but Orbit and Anonymo are looking for the ways to have safe mid lane and to push as far as possible through the top lane and through the bot lane. These two lanes are going to keep pushing on those early levels of the game, at least pre-6. And I really wonder where it's going to result in a kill, because it has to result in a kill, especially on the bot lane for Orbit and Anonymo. They need kills for Kalista.
Tetsky, why are you face
Oh,
checking?
no!
That might be the moment when he's gonna fall. Look at the amount of spears already stacked in him, and he just falls right there. You do not get to face check against an enemy bot lane like this.
No, not if you're Zaya. Not if you're playing into this bot lane. A huge mistake from Fetsky right there. Didn't burn the flash in the end, so apparently realized that it was no point when he had so many spears already stacked into him, but did burn a heal for no result whatsoever. So Orbit and Anonymo just answered the question that I was asking right before this whole exchange happened. They are the ones who are going to have the first blood. They are the ones who are going to have the first advantage on the map.
That might have been one of the most costly mistakes they might have done, as Neriman picks up the first blood, gonna return back with the completed boots, and yeah, the coal has been picked up by Fetsky, sure, which will be very beneficial later on, but that later on, now you are forced to just pray to survive until that actually happens, and whether it will or not, now it's a whole different question. Mid lane also getting pretty pushed. Furby not feeling exactly the best in the current position.
It's Xante in the end. I know it's Cosponde who gets unleashed in the all-out layer in the game, but pre-6, especially against a ranged lane, it's really hard for him to stand. But he's not there to get the kills in the end. Unlike Nermin, that we just saw the replay of him beautifully dancing around and getting the first blood. But for Furby, it's just, waiting out. His time will come. Don't try to be a superhero before it's needed.
Now the junglers are going to reset, and I'm quite curious if the junglers are going to be on the duty to try, or rather if Lulis is going to be precisely on the duty of trying to make amends for the mistake of his AD carry. Because if you go and gank now, you don't have the lullaby, and without the lullaby, it might be just a little bit harder to pinpoint chips in Neriman in the fight. So you might need to hold on until you're level 6, then you can return, and then you can actually try to fish for something. And if you don't, or if you die right here, Afro boy.
Good call from Lulis. Just get away. You cannot fight so many enemies at the same time.
He's looking for it. Ball it away.
Brother, what have you done? 2 way grabs for Gripcho.
That's a great start for them. Making sure that they can actually catch up in that time's race. There's also a dragon, and I don't believe that they're going to fight for this dragon. They might just take, let it be taken, while Furby's finally getting in the position to have some exchanges and trades over here.
Well, finally level 6, feeling a little bit better at the moment. All out is available. Look at his first item. He bought this little cloak against the EV damage just because otherwise standing on this lane against Royson really hurts, and not his feelings, but just his champion as is. So Orbit and Anonymo right now are taking the dragon. As you said, no attempts from Gripcho to answer that whatsoever. They should be pretty happy with the grubs that they have so far, which means Orbit and Anonymo still continue having the advantage over the bot side of the map.
And getting back in a bit of a stable state. Orbit and Anonymo, of course, being in the lead when it comes to gold, and the majority of that lead is going to come through that bot lane, most likely. However, the other solo laners are not doing very shabby themselves. Mid lane falling behind just a little bit. The top lane, rather, also falling behind just a little bit. Notice that he's also running with the Cold Prime. He's also going to be waiting for that extra cash in. And those mid-game fights might be just a little bit more desirable now for Orbit and Anonymo.
They... Actually, yeah. I just agree with you. Everybody's waiting for the gold to come in. Everybody's waiting for the items. Because if you look across the map, yes, Neriman is at his prime moment at the moment. And you can see he's already utilizing that to the fullest. But everybody else wants first to get to their level 6. And then get to at least the first item in their kit.
Knockup is going to be found, but NeraMin is already sitting on his ultimate. Vetsky going down relatively quick. Lulus has the ultimate available to himself as well. If he's going to choose to join the fun, Vetsky in the clear zone. Got back, he's going to reset and get back to the base ASAP.
But that's such a bad recall though. He's level 5 and his level 6 is gonna be delayed massively because he was forced to recall right there. And with no level 6, Xayah is not really feeling like a champion yet.
Not yet, indeed. Shouldn't really take her that long since she's not falling behind in terms of CS as heavily, especially at the time when she recalled. So should be about half a level through, something like this. That would be my estimation. But the thing is, how can you find that Kalista and how you can find that Renata if they are already quite ahead in terms of gold and in terms of, well, not items per se, but as soon as NeraMin is going to recall, she should be ahead in terms of the items. Miete. Forcing Africa in the process.
Rumble, disgusting champion. No items. The only AP item, pure AP item he has is the little boke in his pockets, and you could see the amount of damage he dealt to Afroboy on the enemy side. Insane champion, absolutely insane. And I want to see Krypchikov trying to work around Rumble from now on because he is going to be the strongest part of the team for quite some time now.
By the looks of it, definitely with the overheated flamethrower, he's doing too much damage to the enemy team. Krypchikov surprisingly being quite stable through the early game. We mostly see Orbital want to try to take control, maybe try to push in a little bit more and go for some plays. Instead, no, we see that Krypchikov are holding on, forcing the flash out of Roizen now as well.
Not
Overall,
bad.
yeah, pretty much hanging on currently.
Yeah. With that flash, I wonder if they could try to dance around Roizen, but Roizen is so damn hard to gank on the mid lane, is so damn hard to kill. I would love to see some statistic at some point, just how many times Roizen has died, I don't know, pre-14th minute in the game, because I have a feeling the number is going to be exceptionally low. The mage stays as safe on the lane as possible, and now with the mid lane changes, of the map changes, it's become easier than ever before. Afroboy is going to mid Furby here. What time is it? It's still a little bit less than a minute and a half before the Drake, a little bit too early to have any action there apart from putting the vision into the enemy jungle. Oh no. Oh, Lulus.
Lulus is going to take down and ooh, Prime not going to hit the Vanguard's edge. Equalizer has been dropped down. Prime is slowly but surely burning away. He's going to flash out, but he will help him. No! Mietic just so bold, Prime.
Oh my goodness, this is such a good asset for Gripture right now. Finally, they have a lane that is heavily winning. On top of that, they also got the Void Grabs at the very same time, not having to rotate Medic to secure them. That is a good win for Krypchikov from the top side of the map, but look at what's happening at the bot lane. This turret is being massacred by NeraMin.
It is indeed. NeraMin is level 8. He's in a very good position, very good spot, but also notice the fact that Krypchikov are holding 5 Void Grabs. They have pretty much topside under their own control. Mietic is going to feel happy with the fact that he just killed Prime. And with that Void Grubs, they can push in through more and more. Now let's see how the teams are going to respond to whatever is going to happen a bit later. Not really sure what these teams are looking for. Lulus over here, looking maybe for Prime to try and kill him one more time. Doesn't have the teleport, so killing him now would have been quite a nice opponent to do here. You don't even need your jungler, mate! Just right here, Mietic absolutely burns through this Aurelia.
And it's lovely where he is right now because his mid game is going to come much earlier now. Going for either Liandry or Riftmaker, assuming Riftmaker there for you because Liandry is for Lulus. Yeah, Liandry. Yeah, but nah, it's Liandry's already on Lulus and it's more use on him. But either way, Prime is in such a tough spot right now. It is so hard for him to do anything with Mietic because he cannot fight back. He doesn't have enough damage and he doesn't have enough sustain to withstand his damage either.
That overheat is just doing wonders for Mietic as they are finding themselves in a goal dead even. great start, great continuation, and it's just now about not letting Neriman to continue to snowball. Yes, that one kill it doesn't exactly feel nice. It stings, but it's not the end of the world yet as well.
Not yet. Not yet, but Neriman is farming up. Neriman is already sitting on the first completed item. Neriman for sure would love to have at least one more kill in his pockets just to make sure that his late laning phase is solidified. But he still is a pretty important player for Anonymo right now, and I feel like the fact that he's playing on Kalista is going to be super nice in this game because he will need to kite a lot of things. Lulas is so quick on that Lilia to get onto the enemies and to control them. Faitsky can get on top of him with the ultimate. Mietek as well. He will need to kite so many things, and Kalista is really good at kiting things if you have good fingers, and I'm pretty sure Neriman does have good fingers. He has already proved it to us.
He did indeed. 2 dragons are in the hands of Anonymo. The Infernal Soul is going to be the soul of this game, which is a devastatingly good soul considering the situation. Neriman is going to be applauding the moment he's going to get his hands on this soul. He's also farming. First item already completed, going towards his second, bringing and just shredding through the turret plates, which is rather useful.
Oh, it's very useful. That's a lot of gold. He
And
didn't get
first
all the
turret,
turret
too.
plates from it. Yeah, but it's the first turret. Either way. Only one void grab is all it takes for him to continue pushing. He still keeps pushing. Gripcho want the Herald, I understand that. But hello, leaving Neriman alone to solo farm your turrets? You've seen that already. It doesn't end well.
Doesn't end well indeed. Santi is going to go and answer this. He could, of course, as he is a person to answer this side lane push. However, damage's been done and the golden has been earned. Neriman right now is running around with quite a decent sum in his back pockets, while Anonymo might be looking for a pick here, but it is Dancer first who is going to arrive. Lulas over here, sees and deceased right in the midst of the enemies. The teleport coming in through. Afroboy tried to flash away, but he's going to get chomped immediately with the Vault Breaker trying to get out to Equalizer to separate him from the rest of the teams, and the bailout is not going to help him out, and the rest of the team is running for their life as the jungler falls, and it is a 3rd kill for Gripchicraft.
It was... Anonymo were so deep into the enemy's territory, it was very strange that they were trying to look for something there instead of giving Neriman a nice reset to go get more items and more power into his pockets. But in the end, they had to pay for stepping a little bit too far into the enemy's territory. They go down, and it is 3-1 between the teams right now. The gold is almost even between the teams, so you can see how much gold Neriman has accumulated, and it definitely is helping to neutralize the difference between the teams a little bit.
And yes, now looking at the stats, so Neriman is sitting at 6.6 thousand gold. He's the 2nd richest person on the Rift, the richest being Mietek. He's 1,000 gold ahead over Faitsky, which puts him in a great mind position. However, can he be the person to try and pretty much win the game right now for his team? He needs to set up a great team fight and get as many executions as possible in order for things to start rolling. And it's 50 more seconds before the dragon going to appear, and it feels like it's going to be that place and that time when he just has to step up.
I'm a little bit worried though for Neriman. If he steps up, and he absolutely needs, and he can step up, he doesn't really have that much of the front line before him. It's going to be Afrobo is the main front line, and that's it. And he needs front line. Royson needs front line too, so I'm worried about how the team fights are gonna go for Anonymo, especially if Mietek is gonna join them.
Clock is
Speaking
ticking,
of-
Mietek. Yes, he's already here. Furby sitting on a teleport. Might get back into the fight as soon as possible. The fight's going just pretty much back and forth. It's a bit of a stare down, a Mexican standoff between the two teams. It's Anonymo who are first to begin to fly, and here is Neriman already shredding through the objective. Of course, Kalista being so unbelievably powerful into the objectives as Gripchicraft is slowly but surely walking in, but they're getting constantly poked out. The dragon's falling down. Dancer's going to spot it. Lulas doesn't have his flash available to him, therefore can't get into the pit and can't really steal it. Might be looking for a fight here. Chipsy had to flash away. The handshake onto both Mietek and Furby. Feels like Anonymo are out while Prime and Neriman shred through the side lanes.
all this time Lulus was sitting on the Herald. He just now releases it. They decided now to try to force Orbit Anonymo. What?
Knock up with an equalizer. It's a great combo result and a great kill. And that's the other way around, mate.
Kasper! Turn around!
Taxi.
Oh no, it's dead. It's pretty much a dead Herald. Look at the health! Look at the health! It's not really getting far from this point on. Oh, poor Herald. At least the first blink was in the correct direction.
Yeah, true that. It did result into a kill and into a turret, so that's pretty much fair and square.
And you gotta remember though that the turret was answered pretty much immediately, if not even before that, by Prime on the top lane, who decided not to join the fight. He was like, nah, it's not worth my time. I'm gonna be split pushing. And that is the correct mindset of Irelia that has been left behind, or a top laner who has been behind. Just keep split pushing, keep getting in the farm. You're getting the items, you're helping the team out, doing good job.
Now the mid lane turret has been sieged by the opposite team. Fitsky burning a little bit away, not exactly dying, however, and the turret's still standing too. Orbit Anonymo, though, they're not looking to stop here. They're looking to push through even more. But it doesn't really seem to be like this turret is about to fall in the nearest of the future.
Not really. Greepchar holding their position quite tight. There is a lot of damage on the side of Orbit Anonymo. Thanks to Nuramin, this 80 damage against the turret is pretty strong as well. But yeah, Greepcraft are maintaining their defenses so far. Prime in the meantime is still doing God's work there on the bot lane, but since Mieta is there to answer, it is much harder for Prime. He would much rather be somewhere on the opposite side of the map right now from Mieta. And honestly, who can blame him?
Probably stings a little to see a person who solo kills his spawn.
Exactly, just a little bit.
Might be in trouble though. Equalize a job, but the other direction. I guess that was a flex. Might have been one. Dancer and Lewis and Fietsky, all of them are here. Mietek is looking to throw a tower dive. Here comes the first charm. Prime is dancing around with the second one. Already burned through the by Mietek. Almost dead. Slashes right into Gypsy's hands, but he can't kill him. Drowsin is coming in through. Lula's still alive as well, but Neramin is here to clean the house, and Fietsky is firing away, but he can't with the Fate score. It's enough to kill him. All out has been used onto Royzen now. Furby, you're right selected to Naze! Right there on the spot for Orbit Anonymo.
I got so lost in this fight for a second because I was like, wait, what is going on? So much damage flying in all directions. And if you try to keep your eyes on Prime or an Neramin, which you probably should do in the majority of the fights of Orbit Anonymo, it's so hard because they're like back and forth, back and forth. Look at Prime here, through the minions, clearing out the whole wave and then jumping in and helping out the team. Beautiful hostile takeover at the same time on Dancer and Faetsky to stop them immediately in the moment. And then look at the shutdown after shutdown after shutdown, and Prime is finally unleashed and he is happy. He's going in, and even though there is so much tankiness on the side of Greepchar, it's not enough.
It isn't indeed, and now look how the tables have turned. Orbit Anonymo 4,000 gold in the lead. 223 Aurelia, 003 Roizen, and 302 Neramin. These guys are feeling way more happier than they have did before.
Oh, just a couple of minutes before, for sure, the mood was a little bit different. But at the same time, was it? Or was it the usual Orbit Anonymo situation? You know, the forecast for Orbit Anonymo, yes, it's going to be a little bit windy in the beginning of the game, but then it's going to be all fine and chill for us, and all the wins are going to be for our sales, because it feels like the usual business as usual situation for Orbit Anonymo. Losing a little bit in the beginning. Yes, it hurt quite a lot on the top lane for Prime, but then they stabilized it. The only question I have right now is it enough? Did they stabilize it for good, or can Greepchar still bounce back?
It's a good question. We might see the fight for it as well, because in 30 seconds the dragon is going to appear, and Greepchar need to deny this dragon because it is a sole point for Orbit Anonymo. Now, flashes are not available for Neramin and Royson on the side of Greepchar. Vetsky sitting without one. Dancer, nobody pretty much has the flash. Might be a bit of a harder fight through. They're trying to take the time while Aurelia is not around. Here comes the fight. The Dancer gets onto Afroboy, knock up another one onto Neramin. They're trying to pinpoint him down. Equalizer has been used, but in a different position. Now it's Prime who's in the back lane, and he's looking for that flak maneuver. Fietsky will be his target together with Dancer with the 5, and then knock up onto the Fates call. Neramin again. We've asked that question, we've doubted it, but he has delivered. single-handedly delivering the game into the hands of his team.
No. Allow me to disagree with you. I agree with every single part other than single-handedly. NERMIN is a god in this game, let's be clear. But everybody in the team, I keep getting it. It's like, there has to be a stop at some point where I stop being amazed by Orbit.one and how well they operate as a single unit. But I can't, because there's no limit to that. Look at that. They are doing everything at their hands to peel for NERMIN. They are stopping Dancer half the way through his flight. They are stopping Furby as well when they're trying to get onto NERMIN. And now this is the moment for Orbit.one. They know that NERMIN is safe and fine. Prime is on a beautiful flank maneuver. And that is when they turn the things around. A beautiful bailout for Prime there. Sorry, Prime. You have to buy Chips something after this game. He saved you.
He's been doing some wonders as well, but now Prime might be the target here. Getting charmed by Dancer. Goes into a bailout. Tries to go frisky, but it's not there. And it's a shot down Dancer. Goes away on a battle dance, looking perhaps for more, but no, but Anonymo now pretty much pushing the throttle down to the... pushing the pedal down to the metal, rather. Stunts is in a bit of a unsafer position. Furby sits on that teleport. He's made returning to the fight whenever he's needed. But it doesn't really seem to be the case that he is needed. They've picked up the shutdown that they wanted, and now they can get back. And now Ludus might be in a bit of trouble. Cease and Desist is available for Afro Boy. Not going to use it just yet. Dancer. Going to use the... Blossom. Might be in trouble. He's alone here. You're gonna get knocked up, gonna get trounced, gonna get killed, but the bailout might be an ultimate bait, but no, not at all. As Lulis is now in the midst of it all, goes onto Afro Boy slowly but surely, but getting full, flashes away from the enemy's damage, and he's gonna kill Lulis in the process, since Mietek is firing away together with Mietsky and Dancer to try and get his teammates as much space as possible. A bit of an overstep here from the carries of Orbit Anonymo. Never mind.
It was like half of the map that Royson sniped him from. That's such an interesting champion, such a fun champion, so much range of what he has in his possession. God damn it. But going back to the unfortunate news for Orbit.one for a second, not too many of those, but one definitely agree with you. NERMIN overstepped and overstayed his welcome on the mid lane. This slow from Dancer was the thing that killed him pretty much, because Kalista wants the freedom of movement. When this freedom of movement is taken away from her, she goes down. And oh my god, Dancer, you're dancing with the death now.
Might be as well. Afro Boy does possess enough damage to pretty much just force you down there.
Oh yeah.
Rosen comes up here as well. Looks like the fight for the Baron is slowly but surely unfolding before our eyes.
Right about time, because otherwise we'll wait for 2 more minutes and the Elder Dragon is gonna appear, the first Elder Dragon of the day, by the way.
Oh, that's actually true. That is absolutely true.
We actually usually have much more Elder Drakes throughout the day, but this is going to be the first one of the day because Orbit.one were so swift in taking all the dragons as pretty much as soon as they appear on the map.
Yeah, Gripchikov didn't even get a single one, and I believe Royson just Mikael'd the lullaby.
Chipsy Mikael the lullaby from him.
Yes, Chipsy, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, look at the cooldown on Mikael. It's gonna be away soon.
It is indeed, and Dancer now looking maybe for a fight, but didn't find anyone with the quickness. Okay, that's a great setup there onto Afro Boy. They instantly kill him. He's Naren as well. He's departing away. Tries to go for more. Mieta goes golden. Tries to get himself into a prime position. And it's Naren. He didn't get with the Fate Skull. Nothing. But they killed one. They still need to kill him. But they can't. He's just dancing. He's just spearing. He's just killing. And the all outs will not be there. It's Royson who helps him out. You had one target on your sight, but you didn't manage to bring it down.
Kalista is immune or something. I don't know. Oh, Lilith, you're not getting out of that alive, my friend. The little deer, the little doe goes down a little bit slower than I expected, dealing quite some damage. But speaking of damage, look at Prime. The man is having so much fun on the side lanes right now. He's like, yeah, my guys are fine without me on the other lanes in the team fights. I am more useful on the side lanes because I'm pushing so quickly because, hey, I am Irelia. The minions don't exist to me. But look at that is a risky moment because Dancer is on the lookout to go into the enemies. And there is a beautiful pickup on the upper boy right there. -1 already for Orbit.one. Xante and Aurelia are not in this fight whatsoever, but Neramin, I don't know how the guy stays alive for so long. He just dances around relentlessly. All those feathers that you have been talking about, none of them hit Neramin in the end.
None of them at all. The man is unkillable, apparently.
Yeah.
He's got one death onto him, but that's the only one that he had into 28 minutes, being the most desirable target on the Rift. And it's time to take the fight to the Elder Drake. And look at that. Neramin is soloing it because Kalista is very good into the objectives. Dancer has been caught away in the meantime in the back lane of the enemy. Will be killed. Royston is going to claim that kill. Now it's Cryptocraft. They're looking maybe to fight for it. The hostile takeover is going to find two. The equalizer has been dropped away, but not really damaging too much people. And now it's Mietek versus Prime. Prime takes his sweet, sweet revenge. Fetsky, that was the wrong way around. But you take one kill, yeah, sure, but you will be dead. And Lulas has to run for his life, because the rest of his team has already fallen, and the team realizes, you know what? We don't really need the Elder. We can take the enemy's base.
The perfect split continues, everybody! Omicnonum are not ending it here. Rather, Gravecraft are not the ones to end it right here, right now. For Orbit Anonymous, they continue going through the enemy's base, completely not letting Lulus get into his own base whatsoever. They might finish the game here, or they might turn around. Look at that, 2 objectives on the map. 9 seconds before Furby gets up. Fetsky pretty much same with Metic. So come on, Orbit Anonymous, just turn around. Remember, still Neramin on that side. As Kalista, they go, take the Elder, go back to base, get more items, and then the final push happens.
Indeed so. Cryptocraft and maybe are looking for a way to try and fight back. Teleport being used from all across the place to begin of this ultimate standoff, and it seems like Ripcha are really trying to push forward as the dragon is already falling. 5,000 HP, 4,000 HP, 3,000 HP, keeps going down and down and down. Clueless indeed might be in a way to try to steal it, but he didn't really find it, and now the executions will commence. First one going in through, next one just in a few seconds, one a little bit of damage, but it didn't find this. Season deceased, Fetsky goes down, Dancer, Lulas, Mietek, every one of them are already dead. It is said that you have to be either brave or stupid to challenge the gods. And now you fall by the hands of the same god.
And these gods are cutting through your base. These gods are going on to 7-0 score. These gods really want to contest the first place, to contest Ultraliga, to go into EMEA Masters, to get all the titles they possibly can, because look at this army. 5 men strong. They are almost 4, but Afroboy still lives surprisingly after this attempt. 9-27. 14k gold lead for the team. They took everything. This was their kingdom.
The turnarounds that just happens through the mid game. It's just unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
We go into about the mid of the game in which Mietek completely decimates enemy top laner. We take control over the game and we make sure that it just goes toe to toe. And then all of a sudden, Orbit Anonymo will remember that they are the best team in the league according to the standings, and they just cut through the enemy like it was never there.
I don't think for them it was ever there. Yeah, a little bit, a couple of hiccups here and there, but overall the whole idea is still there. It's okay, guys. We scale, and boy did they scale.
And boy, did this scale. Now let's talk to a boy, to Afro Boy, who's joining us here for the
Let's talk to a boy.
Hello.
Yay!
Hello, mate. How are you? Walk me through it, because that was that came from It's Okay Guys with Scale to I'm sorry, I never knew there was a nexus here.
I mean, you want to talk me through the game? You want me to talk you through the game? It was, I mean, you know, we have these two superpowers. It's like Prime and Neramin. Today, like, the game was going kind of rough in the beginning, right? And Prime was like, no, Neramin was like 1-0. He was like saying, "Don't worry, guys, I will carry this game." And it's like full trust. Before. Yeah, it's the, you know, one guy has to do it. It's like, I don't know. I go into match day and there's not a single thought in my mind that thinks that I'm losing today, you know, because my team has my back no matter what happens.
or you have their back. Not sure which direction first. Maybe both directions. However, so you're going into the game, with
Yeah.
no intention to lose whatsoever. But then Prime on the top lane goes 0-2. And despite Nariman telling you that he's going to carry, and you for sure believing Nariman, was there a single worry at that moment?
Not a single one. I wholeheartedly believed with every single cell of my body into my AD carry main. He's so good. Did you see that on the blue buff? Like, they were all coming. We were like, okay, Lilia has no ult. Rakan has no ult. They cannot troll. So let's fight now. I got insta-popped, but he was jumping left, right. I don't know. He dodged kind of everything. He was basically 1v4ing. Like, I thought he was dead 3 times. But he lived. Like, I don't know. He killed us. It's so good. I cannot. Like, I will watch it after the game. I will watch it again. I need to, whenever I'm in a bad mood, this one picture, like there's like this group picture of like the old team. Everyone has like their jerseys on, and then there's like Neramin with this weird hat. That's my spirit animal right there.
Jesus Christ on the bottom bag. Listen, I hate to be the mood breaker, but I do have one bit of a question. It's 50% of the split through, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it does feel like the early game for the team still remains to be a bit of a shakier position. And since you are guys preparing for the European Masters, how do you feel that you're going to approach this?
I mean, shaky. It's kind of an attitude where you miss every shot you don't take, So it might seem shaky because we are throwing 100 shots, and other teams may seem more stable because they're just throwing 10, but we still have 18 or like 80 in the 80 goals, and the other team just has 8. It looks more shaky because we make more mistakes, but we are also willing to take the risk, It's about the confidence. And I don't mind, like Prime, okay. He tries to go for the solo kill. He gets only one. It's okay. He tried. Because he believed in himself, and I respect that.
Okay.
Same to Neramin, Sometimes he goes like this. Sometimes he goes like that. It seems shaky. But in the end, we have each other, Like if everybody plays with that confidence and with that mentality, like Prime has an off day, okay, but Neramin has his back. And tomorrow Prime will be the one again. Pretty much. And going into EU Masters, I mean, we had that talk before. We are in the moment, okay? Right now we are 7-0.
Fair enough, yeah.
We beat every single team once. Want to see me do it again? And then we can play EU Masters. But right now we're still here, in the moment.
Afterboy, the world does not deserve you.
No. Average jungle main experience. It's okay.
No, but that is an amazing mindset, and I have to say that I do genuinely like it. And I don't know if there's anything to add to the interview, because I feel like that explains it all, really.
I mean, if there's nothing yet, Solari, do you have any questions left?
I'm just speechless, Afroboy. I'm just so happy that you joined this team. And
I mean, we can take some time to introduce you to my fish then.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Because I can't show you closer. You have to watch from afar. They're kind of shy, and in front of such a large audience, it might seem shaky. I have a lot of mollies. They're called. It's like a big family. That's like small babies, like pregnant mothers as well. Like they're kind of quick. And then there's like 3 little neons. Maybe you can see them.
Yeah.
Can you? Yeah, you can see them actually. Like these blue little here. Look, I'm exactly pointing. And I have one little fella who's like cleaning the glass, but he's really shy. You will never see him, but that's okay. He's kind of like the jungler, You can't really see him in the spotlight.
I just wanted to say.
But he's there. He's always there.
Oh my god. We love you so much, Afroboy.
I can also introduce you to my Tibbers. There.
Oh yeah, there's Tibbers as well. Yeah, that's also true.
He's 1 year old.
Does he also turn into a big shakalaka that's with people that don't like you?
I'm not sure, actually. Usually everyone likes me.
I wonder why.
I'm kidding. Everyone hates me, actually.
Mate,
you know what's scarier than the devil? The devil in disguise.
I would like to start an official petition for Afroboy to become the official mascot of Ultraliga, because I have not seen any more wholesome interviews than these.
Actually, can we get me on the Polish interview? Actually, let me tune in right now. Actually, like surprise guest. Hey, yo, guys, what's up? Like, can you like hack into the screen or something?
No.
I
don't
mean,
think
sure.
so.
Let me just very quickly call James Bond. He's gonna do that. No problem. I know him. Of course. We take beers every Saturday.
Actually,
Yes.
that's weird.
You know, there's
Because
details.
I
What do you
am James
mean?
Bond.
Why do you think I talk with a British accent?
And that's unfair now, though. I mean, for the people that don't know, I mean, actually, DrBrilmann and me talked in private, you know, and we have a lot of insiders going on now. Oh, actually, the observers. I am actually in the ultra. Oh, how did I get here?
Magic.
Wait, like, is it on the live stream? Am I live? Can they see me?
I don't believe.
No, I think it's one way.
I was like, because they're not reacting, I was like, why are they not shocked or something? Bro, and I hear that random voice in my head. I'm like, okay, what's happening? Did I lose it now? Am I losing it? Okay.
You hear that random voice and you get scared. We hear that every single
Did you hear
time
it too? Did you
when
hear it
we
too?
are in here.
It's not just in my head,
Yeah.
it's in your head.
No, it
as
isn't.
well. Damn.
Trust me, the walls around here are not soft and white. I promise you, they're not.
Bro, but last time I was doing an interview, he forgot to mute himself, and I think he was eating or something. And I was so flabbergasted. I was so confused. I was like, wait, is it me? Are you guys hearing as well? Is it my voices again? I don't know.
Okay. Wait. Before we close anything, but you were talking about DrBrilmann and you talking in private. I want to know.
I mean,
That's-
maybe we talked in private. Maybe it was just in my head. I'm not sure actually.
Now I'm actually not sure as well. Maybe it was in my head. It's like, you know, it's like Harry Potter when
I'm
Harry
actually-
asked Dumbledore, "Is this all real or is it happening in my head?" Of course,
I mean,
it is
Solari,
real.
I'm actually quite sure we talked as well.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just hallucinating. Both of
Maybe
you.
it
Maybe both
was-
of you don't exist.
Maybe it was the talk with you in his head.
Who?
Wait. Maybe it's in Tiber's head. Okay. Okay, brilliant. Unless.
Listen, this is an absolute delight to have you on interviews over here, as always. You know the drill. If you would like to give a shout out to anyone, even in your own native language.
In my native language.
Yeah.
Yes. German. Come on.
German. Okay, actually. Oh, no. Actually, okay. Okay, I will do it in English anyway. Because the person will not be able to hear me. That baby knows regardless. There was a kid on like a vacation. Like a small girl, and I was collecting seashells. And she saw me, and she just helped me collecting and just randomly came to me and gave me the seashells as well. Without saying anything. Shout out to that person, thank you. Wherever you are right now. It was like 5 years ago in France somewhere, but maybe she is in fact watching this right now.
Or maybe she's just inside of your head. We will never know.
I was just thinking the same thing. Maybe it was all in my head. I'm not sure. This is not good for my mental health.
We gotta wrap it up, Brillman.
Yay!
Okay.
Anyway, mate, it's an absolute delight. I really hope to see you here again tomorrow. But for now, congratulations on the victory and have a good night, mate.
Good night to you too. See ya.
Night.
Cheers.
My cheeks hurt from smiling so much.
That's the best thing I've ever encountered on our broadcast, just hands down.
This is the best addition to Ultraliga this
Yep.
season, I'm telling you.
It doesn't get any better than this, lads. It doesn't get any better. If you've tuned out before the interview as the game ended, you've made the biggest mistake you could have made in your entire life.
Oh yeah, don't do this ever again. Now we gotta hope that Albeit Not will continue with a perfect split throughout this season, because then we get Afreboy and more interviews. We will have to trade him for one interview for the Polish broadcast, probably, but only one.
Well, it depends. We're just going to keep him for ourselves. But regardless, Let's take a look quickly at tomorrow's schedule. It is how it is going to look like, and there's quite a bit of things to look forward to, because there's going to be even the first match of of tomorrow is going to be quite a bit of a banger with Group
yeah.
versus Forsaken.
Can Group Chakras bounce back after what happened to them today? Because that was quite a disaster. And then Forsaken, after the beautiful game today, I think they should be on some buff of some sort.
They should be, definitely. And then the rest of the day, I'm sorry, you can see pretty much in front of yourself. Devils.one versus ESCA, Anonymo versus Iron Wolves, and Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game. It is going to be an explosive day of action as we are getting back into the rematch stage.
Yes, there is one rematch we're all looking forward to the most, of course, between the Titans, but honestly, every rematch is going to be so spicy. We're going to be looking at the previous matches and be like, can they do it again, or is it going to be their demise? I don't know, but I can't wait to go into stage 2.
I do agree. With that being said, it is time to take a little bit of a breather. It is time to get a good night's sleep before going into the games of week 4 tomorrow. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DrBrilmann. I was joined here by Solari, and we were directed and guided in our pre-show by Miyuto. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.